All right. Hopefully we are live. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Friday for another night of doing some Godot development. Now, I'm planning to do some more OpenXR development, continuing from last week. However, before we start with that, I want to spend a little bit of time with my Quest. I mentioned last week that Godot now has a new version of the Quest drivers online in the assets library. But I also wanted to check a problem that was reported, and I just want to have a quick look at it and see if I can reproduce that problem and maybe do something about it. So I want to start with that, and after we have got that all up and running, we're going to go back to OpenXR. I've been doing a bunch of work earlier in the week cleaning up some of the plugin logic to change it around a little bit in preparation for working on the base logic for getting our action system embedded into it. I've got a fan going. Please let me know if it's interfering with my sound. It's incredibly hot right now in Australia, so yeah, I'm melting. So yeah, that's why I got the fan up and running. I just hope it doesn't create too much background noise. So yeah, let me know if that is a problem or not. All right. Let's get going. The first thing that I want to do is actually go to Godot Engine. I want to start all the way from scratch for this, just to try it all out and seeing how far we get and what sort of problems we run into. So I'm actually going to start with downloading the latest official build of Godot. We're going to get the 64-bit version, and that should be a pretty quick download. Now, I think it's downloading SideQuest in the background. I don't know why that's coming in that slow. Do I still have a copy of 323? I might be downloading this for nothing. Oops, that's the wrong keyboard combination. Yeah, because it's bringing in a 0.1, so I actually already have that one. Let's see where it is. Godot, where are you? Let's just go and do a search for Godot. Here we go. So that's a beta. Okay, why doesn't it not find it if we have it downloading as a number 1? That's weird. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I wonder why I didn't find that one. So let's go in here into the zip file. We're just going to grab the executable, and I'm just going to throw that on my desktop for now. So Quest test. Just throw that in there. Thank you for coming. Run that. I'm just gonna pin that to my bar for now so that we don't lose track of it. I'm just gonna put it in there. Why not? Quest tests. Create folder. That's gonna be an OpenES2.0 project. Alrighty. So the next thing that we need to do. Where are you? Exports. No. Editor, here we go. Manage export templates. So, oh, it's already installed, so I don't have to worry about the fact that I have the, that's from the last time we tested it, I guess. Asset library. Quest. No. Oculus. All right, here's our Oculus mobile plugin. And that should say version 3. So we're going to go download that one. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, Ivan. How are you going tonight? Hope you're having a good night. So let's go and install that. Now, we don't want all these root things. We just want to have the add-on. But we're going to have the add-on in its completeness. There we go. Let's go and install that one. Perfect. So there's our add-ons. Let's go and create a base scene for us. We should have some. Oh, that's not the one that I wanted. We should have some nice startup things. So yep, the ARGR VR Origin one, which has everything set up by default. Okay, perfect. So let's go and save that as a main scene. There we go. Save. That's all good. I like to have a world environment. It makes it easier to access some stuff. I'm just going to throw the default environment in there, and I'm going to leave the default environment alone. That's all fine. Alrighty. I haven't played around with the default setup for a little while. Okay, so with that, we need to go to export and add an Android export setup. And we need to set that to Oculus Mobile VR. We want to put that to 6dov. We're not going to do hand tracking right now. Not sure if that should be on, but let's assume that we need to turn it on. I do want to clear the previous install. I think everything else can be left on the default settings. And if not, we will soon find out. Okay. Now, the other thing that we need to double check is our editor settings, Android, and we've already got all those set up from the last time that I played around with this. Very good. So in theory, I should now be able to start this up on my Quest. There we go. It's kind of cool that it this time asked for that because that used to not work. Still morning. Lucky you. It's night time here. Dark outside. All right. Okay, still running. Now, while that does, now the side quest is still downloading, so I'm just going to use my current version of side quest. Oh, no, this one. There we go. That's fine. Okay, that's all running. So I now want to see. No. Where is it? Which one is it? No, not that one. Stream from your headset to your PC. Okay, possibly. I think that's the one that I wanted. Start. See, that wants to work. Yeah, so you guys can now see what I'm seeing. Perfect. Whoa! Why did that go back to... This is actually pretty annoying that it keeps going there. But hopefully you guys can see that too. Yeah, you guys can see that too. I've got my little controllers here. I've got that guy here. And so far, that actually looks the way I'm expecting it to look. Oh, there's a little thingy going wrong there. You guys can't see it though. Why is it black on side quest? Let's try that again. Or is that why I need to have a new version of side quest? Because they changed that. Maybe so. It was working a minute ago. Either one does that. Yeah, doesn't let me go back to the menu. Okay. Oh, now it works. That's really interesting. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That is really nasty, actually. I think I need to wait until SideQuest downloads, and I get an update. Oh, there we go. Maybe my network is just being saturated right now. That sucks a little bit, because I wanted to be able to display what I'm doing. However, so far so good. That actually looked kind of the way that I was expecting it to look. Because there was a report that the colors were all washed out. But maybe it is because I'm not using any additional lights. So let's just have a look. If we go and put some mesh instances in here, I just want to create a box. Cube mesh, there we go. I'm going to apply some materials to that. So I need to go and get some materials. Let's first go into here. There we go. Assets. There we go. I'm not so happy that I've actually put that over there, because my documents folder is getting a bit polluted. Now, I probably have the ones that I'm looking for over here. I do. I just want to drop these ones in there. So let's go and add our material here. Yeah, that's probably good. -4, 1 high. There we go. I just want to see what that looks like inside of my headset. Let's see if it wants to work. If I cast it, start screen. Again, it keeps complaining that I need to have my controllers picked up. You know, you don't have to keep telling me, my friend. Okay, that just stopped working. Let's try it again. My daughter always uses my my Quest, so she's changed my avatar, which is really fun. And again, it just ignore the fact that I don't have my controller, dude. Alright, so got our block over there. That's all fine. Now we don't have any lights. We don't have any sun, so that is working normally for me, and it's just not showing up in. Oh, there we go. That is weird. That is so weird. Is the new version downloaded yet? No, it's not. 6 minutes left. So the red update blinking. Yeah, that's why I'm downloading the new version of SideQuest. It just takes a while to download for some reason. My very fast internet is suddenly not so fast anymore. I think that they've turned it down a little bit. Okay, let's shine a light on this and see if that is something that will cause it to stop working the way that I'm expecting it to work. Alright, so I don't think I'm going to be able to reproduce this problem very convincingly. I actually want to up the energy a little bit. There we go. Alright. I'm going to complain about my controller again. Light's not working at all. Unless I am at the wrong side of this thing. Ah. Come on. Oh, that was the previous one that was running. I never exited it. Okay. So I need to wait until it's done. Yeah. Just continue. Boom. Alright. I definitely see my lights working. Let's see if I can do this again. And do this again. I've got no idea if this is working. It doesn't seem to be. It's really annoying and really weird. Do I need to allow streaming maybe? Cast to your personal link. Oh! Hey, that's new. I'm gonna try that. Hang on. I'm gonna try that one. Oops. No. Come back. Let's actually close that one because that's just annoying. That's new. I didn't know that Oculus had that added it in. Oculus.com/casting. Let's have a look. This browser does not. Why does this browser not support casting? Oops. I bet you I need Chrome. Do I have Chrome installed? No, I don't. Edge? Don't tell me Edge supports this. Okay, but I need to log in. Really, Oculus? I don't really want to do that on stream. So next time I'll just need to set that up before I start. I just didn't know that it works. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I can put the controllers to none. It's more that there's actually a new feature in the Oculus thing that it switches to your hand tracking in the normal menu. And if it can't see the controllers, it asks you, "Are you sure you don't have controllers?" So I'm not even complaining about what's happening in the Quest itself, but in the app, it's just being annoying. And I get that if you are using the Quest for what it's intended to, as a a device to play with, it's just warning you like you better pick up your controller or you can't do it. But when you're developing and you keep taking it on and off and on and off, that it switches back to that all the time is annoying. And hi Declan, by the way. Hi Saxops. Hi William. Is there a way to get around the need for OpenGL 4.3? I use a MacBook and it doesn't support 4.3 or 4.5. I can't remember. Godot runs on OpenGL 3, so it should have no problems with there not being 4. I'm not quite sure why you're having that problem. Hi Lamberto. Hope you're doing fine. Thank you for joining. Hope everything is good in Italy. So yeah, William, I'm not quite sure what your problem is, because everything is running on OpenGL 2 and OpenGL 3. So, like you can see, I'm right now running in Glass 2 because I'm working with the Quest. Okay, is this ready yet? That's still going. Anyway, the problem that I do have is that so far, and unfortunately you guys can't see it, but so far the colors look fine inside of the headset. Oh, except that oh, my cube is on the other side. Okay, there we go. Now the cube is in front. So yeah, obviously this is a way too simple example. So I need to get some more detail from the person who reported that, and I do want to wait a minute more to get the new version of SideQuest installed, so I can show you guys what I'm talking about, and then we'll go back to using the index and start doing some OpenXL stuff. The OpenXR plugin says I need it. Yeah, that is not our fault. It works on all the versions, so you can try the OpenXR on 3, I think. But officially OpenXR needs 4.3 anyway. That said, OpenXR doesn't even work on Mac as far as I'm aware. So Mac is Apple has not joined the OpenXR bandwagon yet, unfortunately. So yeah, on Mac you're a little bit limited. You can use OpenVR on a Mac, provided that you have a Vive. Index maybe, I don't know. I have actually never checked whether the Index works on a Mac, but the Vive supposedly does work on a Mac if you install SteamVR. Just not with OpenXR. Bootcamp. Oh, so you run Windows on your Mac. Does that work? In theory, it should. I just try and run it. Again, OpenXR has a minimum of OpenGL 4.3, but I've had it running on because Godot still runs OpenGL 3 internally, and I have had it running on here just with the OpenGL 3 drivers. Maybe OpenXR itself won't start. That I don't know. But it's a requirement for OpenXR because of the compute shaders that they use to do the lens distortion and stuff like that. The compute shaders or normal shaders? I can't remember, but it's a minimum of OpenXR that you need to have OpenGL 4 support. It's weird. So the other option is just to run OpenVR on Bootcamp on Windows. It should work in theory. Is this downloaded yet? Yay! All right. That one's no longer running. Yeah, that's fine. Wow, it installs in there. Okay. I hope it just installs over the old version. I didn't really check. Yeah, run. All right. Let's make sure that's pinned. That's not happy. So let's have a look and see if this one does want to stream. This one's still black. Why are you black? Whoa. I don't want to create a Guardian, dude. I don't care about the Guardian because I'm just developing. Yeah, whatever. Switch to stationary. Confirm. There we go. I'm actually sitting on the ground now. So yeah, is it working? It was for a minute. This is frustrating. This is really frustrating. I did a whole video, with streamcasting to SideQuest this way, but nah, it's not wanting to play ball. Oh, there we go. How weird is that? Well, that's what I was trying to get to work, and I was trying to figure out. According to the report that I got, this was all blown out in colors. Now again, it might be that that particular setup that this person had, so I need to know more about this person's setup. Or he's using the older version of the Quest plugin, and maybe that has got some color issues. I do not know. Let me, by the way, just shut down the Quest, because that was all I wanted to try. That all said, let's see. Quit. Yeah. Oh, I'm sitting on the floor. How good is that? Where is my... Where's my power off? Yeah. Oh, maybe just like this. There we go. Power up. There we go. So, let's put that over here. Unplug that. And move that out of the way. So yeah, I need to find out a little bit more about the problem there. That all said, that was a turbo really quick. This is how quickly you can get the Quest up and running. That's how simple it is nowadays in Godot. You boot up Godot, start a new project, install the plugin, make sure that you've got your export templates in place, and then it's purely a matter of making sure that your export settings are there. So for the export settings, obviously you need to have Android Studio installed. So I covered this in a video a long time ago, but I'll quickly go over it. So you need to download and install Android Studio. That puts just about everything in place. And then in configure, I've actually installed the SDK in a separate folder, but you have to make sure that you've got the correct Android SDK installed. Now I've got API 29 here, which I believe is the one that the Quest plugin is compiled with. In tools, you need to make sure that the NDK is installed. The SDK build tools are installed, and the platform tools are installed. I think the other ones I've got because of other reasons, but I believe that the NDK, the SDK build tools, and SDK platform tools, those are the three that you must have in order to publish things. Now, I also have got the. Can I make this bigger? Yeah. No, actually, I'm using jar signer that's installed with Android Studio. I am using ADB, which is then installed in that SDK platform location. Now, again, default, that actually installs in your user folder. But like you can see, I actually told it to install in a different location. I used to have problems with the length of paths. I think that is solved now. And the last thing that you need is the debug key store. And that's something that you need to create. And for that, I'll just quickly go to the Godot docs, Android exports. And if you go to the export for Android, you'll see here that they have a nice command that you can run on your command line, and that will create that that key for you, and that allows you to push things to the Quest. The other thing that you need to do is on the Quest. Actually, no, not on the Quest. On your on your Oculus app. Not started yet. On your Oculus app, you have to go to settings. So that's a little button in the bottom. And then you need to go to your Oculus Quest. It should be... oh, my Oculus Quest is turned off, so I can't actually demonstrate it. It just turned off. But you go to your Oculus Quest, and there's an option there to enable developer mode. And you need to enable the developer mode on your Quest in order to be able to push things out to the Quest. SideQuest actually needs that as well. SideQuest also needs you to turn on the developer mode to allow you to push applications out to your Quest. So almost everything is explained here because the export for Android and the export to Oculus Quest is almost the same. The only thing, of course, is the fact that you have to install our Oculus Mobile plugin. Now, this plugin, like I said, this is the latest version. Was updated last week by Fredia. This is a special version because the current leading version in Master works using the new Android build templates, but because we don't really use specific functionality that's enabled through that yet, Fredia made a version of the plugin that works on the old way of deploying, but does have all the new functionality. So this plugin will work properly on a Quest 2 and allow you to run at the Quest 2's native resolution. And I believe that also allows you to run the Quest 2 on 90 FPS and not on the Quest 1's fallback mode of 72 FPS. So that is why that version of the plugin is the one to use. If you are using NeoSpark's Quest VR Toolkit, I do not know if NeoSpark has updated the plugin yet, but in theory you can install the VR Toolkit and you should be able to install the plugin, the latest version of the plugin on top of it, because they still work the same way. So that should all be compatible. Haven't tried it, but as far as I am aware, that should be the case. Credit card is required to. That's new. That didn't used to be the case, so they changed that. Sneaky bastards. For me, not a problem because my credit card is linked to my Quest because I keep installing games for my kids on my Quest. But yeah, that's a little sad, to be honest. That's a weird choice. Why would they want you to have a credit card linked to that? Because you're not paying for anything to develop. And not everybody has a credit card. And I know in Holland, when I lived in the Netherlands, we avoided credit cards like the plague because those things aren't safe. In Australia, you don't have a choice. If you don't have a credit card, even my normal bank card is basically a credit card. So, strange things. Anyway, and so the other thing is, which we quickly ran through, is that you have to set up an Android export setup, and then make sure that you select the Oculus Mobile VR 6Dove. If you want to use hand tracking, you can obviously turn that on, and then you can actually use your hands instead of your controllers, which is kind of fun. Focus awareness, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, has to do with being properly pausing your game when you switch to the Oculus menu and back and stuff like that. So that's a relatively new feature that was added not that long ago. That's kind of important. And basically the rest of this is all standard settings. So you don't really have to worry about it. But that's really how quickly you can get the Quest up and running on Godot. I plan to do a proper updated tutorial video at some point. Even though I think my old one with the previous version of the mobile plugin still applies. So I'm not sure about that one yet. I might update it at some point in time. Anyway, I'm gonna go quit out this. I've already put my Vive back on. No, I doubt that they're gonna go for a paid SDK. That really doesn't work in their interest. I would be really surprised if they go down that route. Yeah, I think the claim is correct. It's probably just to safeguard themselves. If you bind a credit card to your account, that positively identifies who you are. And that means that if you upload something nefarious or something bad, something that compromises their system, they can track you. I guess, I don't know, something like that. I guess it's an identity thing. I guess it's just to make sure that that they don't. well, that they have more control over any bad actors that might, maybe become part of their ecosystem. That's the only thing that I can think of. I don't know. It really is one of those things where I sort of I get what they're trying to do, I guess, but I also see that there are many countries in the world where there are developers who would like or would love um, to become part of the development ecosystem and make games for the Quest, but are in countries where credit cards are not the norm and hard to get, or not the way that people do business. It's a very American thing, to be honest. Like I said, when I lived in Holland, in the Netherlands, nobody I knew had a credit card because we hate credit cards in the Netherlands. Like I said, we think they're unsafe. We had normal bank cards, and there was a really good system in the Netherlands to do other things. I didn't get a credit card until I needed to do online purchases, because that was the only thing that if I wanted to order something from America, I couldn't do anything if I didn't have a credit card. And again, I've left the Netherlands 13 years, 14 years ago. So I'm pretty sure that has changed, that landscape, because online you really can't survive without a credit card. You want to buy something on Amazon, you want to buy something on eBay, you need a credit card. Yeah, I guess you can link PayPal to your bank account and get around needing a credit card that way, I guess. So yeah, maybe credit cards are more prevalent than they used to be, but I still think it's a bit of a weird choice. Well, that's yeah. Yeah, you already need your Facebook account, and Facebook's already um, pretty adamant on the fact that you don't start fake accounts, that you have to be who you claim to be. Um, I don't know. I guess it's easier, or it's pretty easy to create a fake Facebook account, and it's a lot harder to fake your identity by using a credit card. I don't know. Again, it's just, I don't know. It's not something that I've ever looked into or cared about, to be honest. Um, I'm just surprised by it. It shows you how long I have been working within the Oculus ecosystem. Because obviously I started with my Rift, my original Rift, and already set up an Oculus account back then. And I'm pretty sure that I already handed over my credit card details way back then to buy games from my Oculus Rift. So yeah, I've never really ran into that as a restriction. That's something that I had to worry about. Anyway, it is what it is. Cool. Let's go and have a look at my OpenXR demo. I wonder if this one works right away, because I recompiled. I actually didn't test it since the last time that I recompiled. I'm just turning my controller of this guy's on. Now, the first time that I start it might fail because I haven't actually started SteamVR yet. Is it even starting SteamVR right now? Or is it just saying, no, I don't care about you? Yeah, that's always happens when it doesn't find a... That's also something that I still need to fix up. No, I think I need to start SteamVR first. Yeah. These are all the sort of things that I really want to fix. Going forward and making sure that here we go. Is that running? Oh, starting up. Making sure that if your headset isn't turned on, that it doesn't spam anything, but that you just get a normal status update. So let's see if this wants to work now. No, it doesn't. So I screwed something up, which I am not that surprised about. Although, with this spamming everything, I can't really see why. This is actually that it doesn't have... Can we go far enough up that we can actually see where it starts? No, of course not. All right. So this is the Visual Server complaining because we are actually sending a transform from OpenXR that isn't properly set up. Now, the reason why it's not working at all is because I was right in the middle of updating the way that this works. Yeah, exactly, William. So that's the thing where I find it very interesting that you know, not every place in the world it's normal to have a credit card. Now, again, I don't know if that means that if I have another way of setting up payment information, like EFT bank details or something like that, if Oculus is already happy. But yeah. Anyway, so the thing that I'm changing here and that I want to finish tonight is two things. One is I'm rewriting the way that the plugin is initialized internally in preparation for being able to get rid of the hard-coded actions that are in there right now and start going to a more configurable model. And I want to go down the same track that I did with the OpenVR plugin, where we're going to have a default mapping that we embed into our plugin that will be active from the start. And as long as you leave that default mapping in place, we'll have our compatibility layer to the old way of working. The moment that you say, no, I don't want to use that, I want to use the new way of working, I want to define my own actions, I want to do that sort of stuff, and you change that configuration away from the default, you basically start disabling some of the backward compatibility layer, and therefore some of the old functionality will stop working. You're going to have to use the new objects that we are going to be introducing. Looking ahead to Godot 4, I want to make the action system a core part of the VR layer, in which case everything is going to go through a similar approach, and we no longer need separate objects to control it. It'll all go through the XR controller, as you would expect, because you really want the action events sent to the controllers that they apply to. Or if you want to have a more global action, and you just say, I've got an action fire, and I don't really care to what controller the user has mapped that. I just want to know that I'm firing something, because let's say, look at, for instance, at my space game. It doesn't matter what the input device is that fires. I just want to know the user fired, so I want to have that as a global action, and that probably is just going to be piggybacking on Godot's existing action system. That's the way that I'm thinking about going with this. But I want in the plugin, in the current Godot 3 plugin, I want to get all the logic in there so that we know how the action system works. We can test out everything so that by the time that we build it for Godot 4, we know what we're doing and we're going to get that right. And we're not going to introduce core logic that we then have to rebuild at some point in time because it doesn't match the way that we work. Well, noobs, don't forget, if there's one thing that I've learned over all these years, is that many American companies have problems understanding that the rest of the world doesn't work like America. Microsoft is, for me, a prime example. Anybody who's not American, who's used Microsoft Windows and has run into American settings in Windows, knows the pain that I have gone through, especially me being from Europe, me being from the Netherlands. For instance, the fact that we don't use a decimal dot, we use a decimal comma. Oh, trust me. Try and use Excel. Especially in the early, I'm pretty sure that is approved by now, but in the early days, or date notation, Americans doing month, day, year. Why? Time for these guys to use a metric system too. While I'm at it. Anyway, so the thing that I did, no, I need to scroll down even further, is twofold. First thing is, when we create our OpenXR object, we are no longer initializing the OpenXR object. Before my changes, when this object got constructed, we immediately initialized OpenXR. Now, the problem that introduces is that if we want to load setup that we need before we initialize things, we have a problem if it does it right away, and you suddenly need to undo a bunch of configuration to go to the next step. While we do want to be able to set the configuration in our OpenXR object. So instead, we now have a separate initialize function that gets called. So that's the first thing that we need to check is, am I actually calling it? So in our initialize here, we are checking if we have OpenXR. If not, we are creating it. So the idea here is that if I haven't done anything with configuration, my OpenXR object won't exist yet. I'm initializing it here. But if I do use my configuration object, I will actually have already constructed this much earlier on so that I can load my configuration in. And this will say, yeah, I already have it, but it's just not initialized. So that is the second part, is that if we do have it, we are going to call initialize on this. And if it works, we're good. Now that initialize function, I have actually broken up into separate functions. So instead of that long bit of code that did everything, I have started breaking it up. Now, whether this breakup is the right breakup, that I don't know yet. I basically took the code as Christopher wrote it and just broke that up into segments so that I have blocks that I can identify as working. And probably I broke something with the result that it's all not working the way that it should. One of the things could be because I changed the order around of one or two things to keep everything together properly. Yeah, noobs. I feel your pain. I've had that when I was working in when I was still living in the Netherlands. Same deal. The other thing which I find really hilarious is that over time, Microsoft has introduced some standards. Like, for instance, you can specify a delimiter at the top of the file, of like a CSV file, and it doesn't listen to it half the time. It doesn't listen to its own standards. It's funny as hell. And Clint ran into it as well. Yeah, it's that I have to say, that is one of the advantages of living in Australia, is we have the best of it all in Australia. We're using a decimal dot, so we don't have that problem. We are using a DMY for our dates, so our dates are making sense, and we're using the metric system. So take that, Americans. I feel sorry for that. I really don't get how they can't use the metric system. I actually don't need this guy anymore. All right. So, now, I'm going to have a look at these, because I think our problems are starting here. Because when we're not initialized, I am actually exiting. And I think that for some of these, I do need to do something. So render OpenXR, yeah, there's nothing to render when we're not initialized, so that's fine. But then here we have our projection matrix. So right now we're not creating a projection matrix if we're not initialized. So that is possibly a good idea to load in. So I'm going to go and have a look at Godot CPP. And I'm going to look at our core. We have our camera matrix here. That's a struct. Okay, that's fine. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm actually going to create a camera matrix here. And let's see. Here we go. I'm just going to use set for HMD. We can just send through I. That's fine. Do we have an aspect ratio that we get? We do get a near and far. But we don't have an aspect ratio. You know what? I actually really don't care about the aspect ratio. Oh, this is... Okay, no, you know what? I'm going to just... Because again, it doesn't matter what we send through, as long as we have a... yeah, as long as we have a working projection matrix so it doesn't go and spit the dummy on us. I'm just going to go and set a normal one. We're just going to make a 60-degree. We're going to send through near. We're going to set through far and pulse. There we go. So we have that. And actually, what I'm going to be doing... Let me double check. Is that safe? It's an enum. So that's the only definition that's in there. I think that is safe. I think so, because I think actually this one is actually a camera matrix. So we're gonna go and do that. Camera matrix pointer projection. So we're just gonna cast it to that, and then we're gonna go and just set the projection and return. And again, you know, that's a completely bogus projection matrix, but we just want something so that it displays on screen and doesn't give a whole bunch of errors. We don't care about update controllers. We don't have anything to update there. Although I might set some default stuff there. Recommended is fine. So this one is the other one where we... no, that's transfer from matrix. Okay. View transform. That's the one I was looking for. So again, we have a transform there. Now in this case, we should be able to use transform because again, our classes should be compatible. Transform pointer T is going to be transform. Oops. Transform pointer. Transform for I. And if I recall correctly, there should be an identity function here. Really? We don't have an identity function? Inverse. Maybe I should just call that on the bases. Where are you? Bases. Does this have an identity? Come on. Surely we're exposing the identity function. We are not. Really? Well, I know that it creates an identity function when, or an identity basis when we create it, I think. Bases. Actually, it does that for transform as well, I think. Well, is that exposed? Set is exposed. Okay. There we go. We have an identity transform. Now, we have that for our view transform. Get head center. That's interesting. I have all that. Let me have a look. Okay, so here we have transform, get view transform, get. Okay, so that one should also return an identity one. And we just call that transform. Okay, perfect. Because the other parts that it does, it gets the reference frame, and it gets our original camera transform. So it will add that into this, which is fine. All right, get transfer for I. Okay, so that does this, and I think, well, we are going to have our API, we're just not going to have it initialized, so I'm not too worried about that at this point in time. Interesting that I'm not checking that here. Oh, I do have a get new identity one there, okay. For some reason we don't have that check here, so I am going to put this in. Oh, hold on. Okay. Oops. That's a little silly. Alright, so I'm going to do this. Because obviously that will break otherwise. Now we should never get here, that's true. But in the case that we do not, I honestly don't care about this. Yeah. In the case that we do not have our API initialized somehow, well, not even created, because again, it should be initialized, we will return that. So again, I am never expecting this one or this one to be called, because that would actually mean that we have some serious breakage in the way this works. Okay, we've got our things missing there. Oh, is it only the guys in the UK that may use only inches then? I don't know. I know that I don't like inches. That's a ridiculous format. But I guess that's just me. All right. Oops. Don't do that. I don't want you. Go away. I click on the wrong one. I want to click on that one. / development. XR plugins. Go OpenXR. All right. No, not cargo. I've been playing around with Rust today. That should be good enough, I think. We've got an S. Lots of warnings and a couple of errors. Let's see what the errors are all about, because the warnings I don't really care too much about. Okay, camera matrix is undefined because I actually have to import that. Or include that, I should say. Include camera matrix. Let's be consistent. US, Canada, and the UK. Crazy outliers. Yeah, well, you know, even if inches are based on centimeters, it still doesn't make actually using them any more easier. I don't want you anymore. I do want to use you. Where is my OpenXR demo? Here we go. Let's run that guy and see if this time it works. All right, it's still... Is it because I'm just not tracking? Doesn't look like it. And that is still going haywire. Come on. You know, you'd think that if you click on it, it should actually do something. Okay, so I'm going to run it this time, and I'm going to close it immediately when it starts. Oh. That is already giving a whole bunch of crap before we even get started. Close program. Sucks. Alright, we're going to do this slightly differently. Run. What the hell? Part of my French. Here we go. Alright, so it fails to create the instance, so we definitely screwed something up in our... Yeah, that's fine. That's allowed. Alright. But I still want to know... Alright, hang on. Let's go and have a look. What exactly are we all applying here? So... we're getting our reference frame, which should be an identity one as well. Then we get our head center, and we just apply that. That's actually wrong, by the way. Is it? No, it's not, because we're applying that to... Oh, that's if it fails, we say, okay, so that means that what I did here is completely unnecessary as far as gets center. So we're returning false here. And if we're returning false, we are setting our identity. Fine. And for our view transform, the same thing. So what we did with our view transform, again, there's no point in doing this because it is actually doing that. Now, the other thing that might be a problem... No, we don't even get that far because... we're already stopping at this point. We're not even initializing the rest. Okay. That's actually interesting as well. Because... I probably need to restart that. I think that one's screwed up now. So let's go and just restart that from scratch. What I wanted to have a look at is my script here. So if we initialize, we set our ARVR to true. Else we're not doing anything. And we're just calling initialize here. So why are we getting these errors? Because of these guys, probably. Let's see if these guys are the problem. Okay. Let's look at our hand code. So in our hand code, okay. So we're getting our same API here. That's fine. And we're releasing, that's fine too. But all we're doing here is checking whether it's null. And of course, I now also need to do OpenXR API.is initialized. I also want to return here. Don't care about that. We don't care about that. And I'm pretty sure pose will have similar logic. Yep, it has. So I want to make sure. Oh, and that, of course, that's a pointer. So let's use the correct notation there. If we're not initialized, get out of there. And 10 to 1, and we also need to do that here. There we go. All right, let's see if that improves anything. Hi, Caveman. Cavemon. Alrighty. Have fun with your kid. Doing anything special? Yeah, I really need to look at. Most of these warnings are actually coming from some of the libraries and stuff, and a couple of unreferenced variables that I just need to remove. I might clean those up, but a bunch of the other ones, like in Math is an external library. I really need to find a way to turn those off, because I don't really care about any warnings in libraries that I just use from third parties. All right, let's see if we have any luck now. Ooh, that looks much better. So now we have that we fail, but at least it's not spamming us with setting values for nothing. That's already an improvement. So let's start putting some more. That's the other thing. Why can I not quit out of this thing? That's really weird too. So there's obviously something wrong in my in the code for cleaning stuff up, and I'm not too surprised by that as well, because originally the cleanup code was in the destruction of our plugin, and now it's actually in a separate method. Plus, that if we fail, we've already cleaned up. So I think there's a double cleanup happening, and that is why it is spitting a dummy on us. So we don't care about you anymore. We don't care about you anymore. And let's close the other one. Okay. So let's go through a few things. Now, one thing that I want to do is we're calling all these methods in succession. So starting with initialize instance, I actually want to tell us something at the beginning that we know that that's what we're doing. Print OpenXR there we go. And I might eventually either remove those or put those on the debug things, because these are just to help us know where we're failing or how far we're getting. And then we can start figuring out why some things are not working. Session. Spaces. So yeah, this used to be one big method, right? All this stuff. And again, like I said, I'm not sure if this breakup of methods is the right one. I'm just using the code as is, but I actually think that some of these should have helper objects or something like that to kind of clean this up a little bit more. But for now, I'm pretty happy with this. Now, this obviously is the bit that we're going to be rewriting, because that's the hard-coded stuff that I want to get rid of, or at least change. Now, this is the only one that is optional, so if this fails, I don't care. I just keep going. There we go. So when we construct, we make sure that initialize is false, and we make sure that our controllers are reset. And then here in initialize, we are just slowly building everything together. Like I said, initialize hand tracking is the only one where we don't care about the outcome of it. And then in OpenXR API, in our destructor, we actually call an initialize, which starts cleaning stuff up. But we can see that if any of these steps fail, we're also calling uninitialize to clean up. Now this, in theory, cleans up all the memory allocation in reverse. Then I'm actually checking and resetting things so that this, in theory, we could initialize, uninitialize, initialize, uninitialize. We should be able to do that a number of steps. Now here I already see a problem that I haven't actually cleared out my swap chains variable, so that could run that twice. Same with views. We have to make sure that after we free it, we make it null so that we know that it's done. Well, here we got our XR handle. So in theory, this should be rerunnable. In theory. So let's see if that brings any improvement. Just lunch, always good. And yeah, thanks for the good luck with bug hunting. Hopefully we will get there soon. All right, fun. All right. So we are creating an instance. So we are still in our initialize instance, which is the very first one. And then we don't have no support found. That's fine, because that's an optional thing. But then the thing fails. Now, if I close, this time we close. So one of those pointers wasn't set to null, and we were freeing that up multiple times. And that's why it crashed. So we fixed at least one thing. So let's go and have a look at our initialize instance. And see if I manage to mess something up here. And I might actually, want to look at our old code and see if I managed to not copy something across properly. That used to be here instead of our, what you call it? Here we go. Instead of our OpenXR folder. So I'm now putting all our OpenXR classes in that folder just to organize it a bit better. All right, so this stuff is all default now. So we're going to our account here. We're getting our extensions properties. That's all fine as well. That should still be the same. Except from that I'm now returning false when something goes wrong, which is fine. All right, so here what we're getting is extension supported, and we're simply setting it to true. And that should be giving that one over here. So loader instance, create instance. Is it? Because that's our first error that we're getting. So is that indeed coming from is extension supported? So let's have a look in is extension exported. No, that's just checking. Loader instance, create instance. No. It's actually supposed to give me a line number there, which is also interesting that we're not getting that. We might have to put a few more. So it's only supposed to add that in if, oops, that came back true. So I'm guessing it's this create instance that's going wrong. And maybe it is going wrong because it says no support in that. Okay. Let's just add that one in and see if that becomes true. So our extension count should be the number of extensions that we've actually asking to enable. So we have our OpenGL one and we have our hand tracking one. Although I think I need to check our hand tracking one as well, because that should be an optional extension as well. Actually, that's something that I want to add in too. Oh, hold on. That one's not initialized. That might be our problem, because I never reset that one. Yeah, I never reset that one. So that was probably just having a bogus value. I actually want to do full hand tracking extension, and we're going to make that false as well. Which means that in our uninitialize, so okay, that's fine. So this is where we have the extension, and this is where actually I want to put that one down there. Just kind of like having things in the order that we're going to be handling them. So that also means that in here, I can actually say if we don't even have it, we just return false. So that's good. That should also mean that our hand tracking supported. Yeah, we have that there. Why is this actually in the public section? Is it? Oh, private. I think I need to clean up the order of these things a bit, that everything's a little bit nicer together. We'll deal with that at some other time. Okay. So that now means that actually I want to do something like this, and here we're going to say hand tracking extension found. And again, a lot of these I probably will eventually end up removing. Now, this in this case is yeah, that's required. We fail when we don't have OpenGL support, which is also incidentally why we can't use this on Microsoft at the moment, because Microsoft doesn't support OpenGL. So, yeah, should be another problem. Alrighty. Okay, Stick on Ball sounds like a joke name. Oh, morning, David. No, Stick on Ball is a device that, like a little tracking device that Monado has to do. I guess they check their extensions with it. I'm not sure, but it's actually a little. I think it's a little thing that's visually tracked and that you can move around. They, you know, they check whether that does something that makes sense. All right, let's try and rerun and see if now. Oh, it doesn't like me trying it again. There definitely is something bad in the cleanup there, which is a bit annoying. All right. So, hand tracking extension is found, but our ball on stick is not found. But it's still trying to do that. Okay. And yeah, we're still crashing for some reason again. Look at that. Which also reminds me that obviously, if and tracking extension, bank, bank. Okay, so this one's still being set to true somehow. That should work, guys. So we should be checking for that now. That's being set to false. There it gets true. There it gets true. We're only asking for that if it's true. All right, so is the fact that I'm setting it to false here not working? It should be working. Okay. Extension count, extension names. So that's all working. All right. Yeah. Rating instance with what was the? I always forget the formatting for this thing. Percent. Enable extension count. Okay, that didn't work. Might be %D because it's not. It's not C++ or C types. It is something internal to Godot, if I remember correctly. And that might actually mean that the one that I was looking at is actually the wrong one to look at. Yes, it is, because I need to do that. So actually, I need to double it because I actually don't think that works. That's probably wrong. Okay, so no. Try that then. Okay, it's trying to do it with 2 extensions. So I'm not asking for the XR ball on stick. Yeah, that could be the clean because it's the Godot internal parsing, so you do have more options there. So I'm happy with that one. But what I don't get is we're only supposed to add that if that's true. We can see that our enabled extensions is 2, so that one and that one. Okay. Unless... No, enabled extensions count is what we're sending through. No, let's see what it does. I don't get it. Hand tracking extension found, but it's adding the ball on stick. Oh. What you get when you're doing too many things at the same time. It's dumb. So I fixed one thing and I broke another. Alright. Let's see where we get now. Hi, yes, it's Alex. Well, so far we're just hunting bugs that I introduced by breaking up all the code that we have. Now, in this case, our spamming is correct. Because, there we go. We're up and running again. Because my headset was down there, not being tracked. Now, this is one of the reasons, or one of the few things I don't like about this headset. Well, first of all, it's gotten really hot. Wow. Long live Australian weather. But yeah, when because I've got my green screen behind me, it's blocking one of my lighthouses. My lighthouse over there can't see my headset when it's on my my desk. And right now, when it can't track things, it starts to error spam. So one of the things that I do want to do, that's not for tonight, but one of the things that I do want to do is, instead of this being logged in the error log, I actually want to expose the current tracking state as a property that we can access from code, so that we can display something on screen if we can't find a headset, that we can open up a prompt or something like that, but we don't get our log spammed like crazy with, hey, I can't actually track my head because when I'm calling get head center, it's saying, hey, my view space is invalid because I can't actually find it. So that's something that I'm planning to change pretty soon. David, I have still got 2 weeks to go. So the 1st of February, I officially start. So yeah, can't come soon enough. And I'm not quite sure yet how I'm going to do things at that point in time. I am playing around with the idea to stream some of my Godot development. I'm not sure. Yeah, that really depends on how things will go in the first couple of weeks. Because I'm when I look at my Friday night stream like this, obviously I want to get back to my space game as soon as I can and start playing around with that again, because that's just sitting still at the moment. But at least, something like this, I have a very clear goal of what I want to achieve tonight in adding something to this plugin. But when I work on my day-to-day things for Godot, obviously there's going to be times when I'm just sitting here designing, drawing out stuff, maybe hanging out on Discord or IRC to talk to the other core developers, or other contributors to throw ideas around. So obviously that's not stuff that I'd like to do on stream. But when I'm working on some of the other stuff, it could be interesting content. Someone wants to know a little bit more about the heart of how Godot works. We'll see. I might do that. I might pick one day a week or something and stream during the day working on the core of Godot, which could be fun. I don't know. No promises. It's just an idea that I'm playing with. All right. Now, that all does seem to be working. We are cleaning up properly now. At least I hope we're cleaning up properly now. So that's at least everything rejigged. I am gonna go and chuck a few of these out that I think are a little bit overdone. Those are nice to keep in there, just to communicate those things. Now there is an init hand tracking here. Where are we? Action sets. That's something we're going to go back to in a minute. Hand tracking. Oh, and I already have put that in here. Oh, so I haven't done it in the update logic. That's fine. And that's because here at the end, I actually do hand tracking support in true. So I keep my hand tracking supporting on false all the way to successful initialization of the extension. And only then do we set that to true and do we react to that. And that's the finger tracking on the controller. Although, if I'm not mistaken, Leap Motion now has OpenXR drivers as well, and that actually does proper finger tracking and hand tracking through the Leap Motion device. So yeah, that's how Northstar does its integration, and that's something that I want to start looking at as well. I actually want to see if I can get my hands on the Northstar at some point in time, and see if I can get Northstar to work with Godot using OpenXR. That would be really cool. So if anybody who works at Northstar is watching this, hey, guys, I'd love to have a Northstar kit. So the whole goal of what I've done so far, what I've been working on this week, I mean, just debugged, is to move the initialization into its own function so that we can create our OpenXR object much sooner in our process without actually initializing it, so that we can do some setup and we can actually start reacting to a setup here. So our next goal is to actually create a configuration object that we can interact with inside of Godot. Now, that one I want to make slightly more special because this is a Windows DLL that is actually loaded in the editor. That's one of the cool things about the way this thing works. So we're actually going to do a more interactive way of using that. So let's start with creating a new class. OpenXR config.h. And another new file, and we're going to call that OpenXR config.cpp. There we go. All right. I'm just going to have a sticky beak at this guy because I like stealing. All right. Now, oops, this guy actually needs to be what? That's a good question. Scripts, search, spatial. I don't want to make it a spatial, but everything starts at node. Perfect. So we could make this a resource, but I'm making it a node so that we can use it in more ways than one. So that's going to be node. That's going to be node. All good. There we go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to contributing. I'm really hoping, especially with all the work that Sean has been doing on the Vulkan renderer, and when you look at all the stuff that he's been adding lately, like the automatic LODs and stuff like that, I'm really hoping that is going to attract more developers to use Godot, and therefore also copy this so that we have that all in there. There we go. I always forget that semicolon there. So that we also attract more contributors to Godot who are actually more industry experienced. Now, obviously, I'm coming from a slightly different background. I learned my trade that I'm now using for this sort of stuff back in my teenage years as someone who did demos and did render engines for demos, and then kind of kept that up as a hobbyist. But I've never taken a job with a game developer, because I went down to develop business applications, but I never stopped doing this stuff, and that's where my experience go through. Config, there we go. Boom. But obviously, right now Jean is one of the few contributors. Now, of course, he's one of the founders, but he's also one of the few contributors who has built render engines for games, and that's where his background comes from. There's a lot of contributors who are building games and have background knowledge, but aren't contributing to that level. And the other guys that are there, they've really rolled into Godot as their main tool that they've been using, and grown with that, and become really good contributors in their own right. But yeah, I really hope that we get some more people who have worked on proper games and really know their stuff when it comes to what it takes, to build a proper render engine for a game, because we just don't have enough people yet. And I think it's coming. That's really my main takeout when I look at the popularity that Godot is getting over the last year or two. Is really getting to a part where bigger studios are starting to take it seriously and even started using it. And from there, you are starting to get more experienced developers getting interested in actually putting time in this as contributors. So yeah, very much looking forward to how that will develop over time. Okay, so obviously we need this guy. There we go. And we need these. There always needs to be an init function. I never really understood why. All the other functions are optional, but the init function is mandatory. It's what it is. Instructor and our destructor. There we go. All right. So that should be our definition for that. Let's also go and add it in. I'm actually going to register it as one of our first classes. It also means that we need it over here. Honestly, Christopher, I do not understand. I'm actually going to put you in here. Give credit where credit is due, always. And I think Christopher underplays his involvement in getting this plugin up and running, so his name has to be in there. Absolutely. All right, so the other thing that we should have from the get-go, close a few things. New file, OpenXR config.gdns. Again, I'll copy it from here, put it in here, and let's go and rename these critters. There we go. Sweet. Now let's implement this so that it actually runs. You can go now. All right. Let's copy this one and change it over. I actually want to go and copy that from here. Do I need the ARVR server? I don't need that one here. That's another really weird bug with the compiler. If you don't include the ARVR server before we include all the OpenXR header files, something really goes wrong. It's really strange. You don't need any of these. Don't have that guy. Don't have that guy. That needs to be in there. That needs to be in there. And goodbye, all that. There we go. That's our skeleton code for our config file. Now, let's start with something that we actually already have. And we're going to have a look at how that works before we even start with our action sets. Okay, let's go and have a look at our header. All right. We've got a head-mounted display and we got a handheld display. Okay. Let's put that one in. Good one. I always forget that. Where am I doing that here already? No, it's oh, I am. Ah, okay. Cool. So let's go and introduce that one. Now I'm going to can I just use the enum there, or do I need to make that an int? I always forget that. I think I'm just going to make that an int internally. All right. So where was the code? Here. Form factor. So let's go and just call that form factor. There we go. So set form factor. Get form factor. And p form factor. And obviously we need to have an int form factor. And we are going to go and default that to that guy. Boom. All right. That means that we now need to go and implement these two guys. So let's go and put you over here. Boom, boom. So we're slowly going to go and null p form factor, just a normal form factor. Yeah. We're slowly going to start introducing things that we want to make settable to our API here. So I actually want to start with finishing this off. There we go. There we go. And this is going to be form factor. Get form factor. Get form factor. Oh, there's so many in here. It is that one. Same as set form factor. Set. So we're going to call this one form factor. But now here we're going to base that on this. So this is going to currently be HMD and handheld, because those are the only ones supported by our good friend OpenXR. And then nicely 1 and 2. Now that might be a problem. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? 0, 1. Obviously, we're not going to allow that, but I need a 0 value. Actually, I might just leave that empty. Do I? If somebody knows how I can skip the 0 value in my property definition, please let me know. Okay, now this one we're going to make a little bit more complex. Because if our API is null, we're not going to change anything. If our API is already initialized, then, again, nothing we can do. We're going to get out of there. If our P form factor is bigger than 0, P form factor smaller than 2, then we're going to assign it. I need some water. I'm getting a dry throat. There we go. Okay. Here we can do a Godot print all the way around. Form, actually, OpenXR form factor out of bounds. And in this case, we're going to say OpenXR can't change form factor once OpenXR is initialized. And this is a more serious one. This should really never happen because that's a really serious issue. Basically, that means that we run out of memory right at the beginning of our application. So it's very unlikely that that will happen. But, you know, code safe, I always say. So that should mean that we now have a config object where we can actually say whether we are doing an HMD or a handheld. Sweet. I want to close you before I can compile. Errors. All right. Because I didn't save you. That's not going to work, is it? Oops. Perfect. All right. So, the way we're going to make this work, when you look at, for instance, the code that is in our Oculus mobile plugin, and I think even in our OpenVR as well, you'll see that we have some code that initializes the the config object and then interacts with it directly. But you can actually, and there should be only one, and we should make sure that we always have this loaded. Else, well, actually, we could even go to project settings and auto load it. I need to do something with that at some point as well. But we should be able to just add in a, it can even be a node. You know what? I'm going to make you a node. So delete you. And we're just going to put in a node. I'm going to move you up here. I'm going to call you OpenXR config. Boom. And now I'm going to go into our add-ons, OpenXR, and I'm going to load in a config. And now we can see that our form factor is in here. Now, for some reason, it's a not set, which is not correct. So let's get out of there. Unless, no, head-mounted display is 1. So why did that not work? Well, you know what? Let's take the save option and just say form factor that one, because it's also not. No, it should be fine like that. Let's see if that makes a difference. That's still not set. Might have saved that way now. No, we don't have any settings here. Or does this start counting at 1? That doesn't really make sense, because that one does work left and right. Oh, that's on... No, that's overwritten here. Yeah. I set hand to right. That is supposed to have an entry here. How is that saved? Oh, because that is a scene and that's coming from here. Okay. So, add-ons, scenes, right hand. See, there we say hand is 1. And left hand, we won't have that in there. Okay. Oops. Alright. Do we set a default in here? Maybe that's my problem. Property usage defaults. Int enum. Here we go. That needs to be 1. Interesting. Interesting that it doesn't actually read that. Okay. That's really interesting. I'm actually going to go and do a Godot. Here. You know why? Because this is not a tool script, so it's only reading this. It's actually never looking at this stuff. Okay, let's try this out. OpenXR form factor initialized to, there we go, form factor. Boom. Okay. Now we're not actually using it yet, which is fine. I just want to see if our object is working. All right. Okay, because you can see that it actually isn't building anything, which is fine. That is now set to HMD, which is really cool. That should actually give us an error. But again, it's not actually running that value. And actually, if I put it to not set and I would run the app, it should now error out because it doesn't allow me to set it. And if I run this, so fine. That's because our controllers aren't there. We can see that our form factor is initialized to 1. Perfect. And probably right after that, it is actually calling that logic over here to update that value. Now I could change this into a tool script, but I don't actually really want to do that. So I am pretty happy with keeping this the way that it is. All right, so now that we have that, okay, now we did one thing wrong, because we actually need to have this as an interaction from here, but we actually need to have this stored in our OpenXR API. So this guy actually needs to be in here, because we need to be able to set it over here and then use it from here. So yeah, this is getting a bit of a mess with where everything is. I really would like to have stuff like this all together. Let's just say, okay. Form factor is this guy, which now means that I can use that over there. Cool. Now, are we going to... You know what? We're actually going to go... No, we're going to leave that there. And then in our public, we're also going to do config over here. And we're simply going to do int get form vector consts set form vector int. Yeah. There we go. So that's our getter and setter. Okay, that's for our actions. So we're actually, no, I'm going to move above this, because that's also going to be part of our config. I really want to make proper sections in this at some point in time. Actions. So we'll add more to there eventually. Think. All right. Return form factor. Okay. And here we actually need to do part of it. So now we can go and take this guy out. Good. And here, return 0. Else we get it from there. And here, we're actually going to go and take all this out and move this into here. Look at that tab. There we go. So here we're now saying, this is of course no longer that. We can just do is initialized. And we say too late. Else we're going to check our bounds and assign it. And else we say form factor out of bounds. This one, nah, I don't actually really care about that. Which now means over here, we can say OpenXR API set form factor form factor. Now, we can't test this because I don't have a handheld device to test this with. However, in theory, that should allow us now to have a setting. Alrighty. Our first configuration setting. So let's actually go all the way back to the beginning of our initialization and start working our way down to which other things we actually want to have a config setting for, so that we can start doing stuff with that. All right. So our extensions, I don't think so, because our extensions right now are just loading whether they are there. And obviously we're going to enable extensions that we support. and we're going to go do something with it. Now, that said, we might at some point have some of these settable in our config file. Right now, we only support these two, and we're just going to deal with those two. And that's it. This is where at some point having our OpenXR library or a config object actually be a tool object and potentially interact with some of OpenXR in here, we could get some of the information that we need. But for now, we're not going to bother with that. So here, the instance is just created normally. We don't really care about that, or no, we do care about it. We don't really do much with it. This actually probably and extension. This needs to be only run if we have this extension. So the idea here is that if we have it, the OpenXR loader loads all the function pointers to the OpenXR functions for all the standard features, but it doesn't do it for extensions. So the fact that we're using our hand tracking extension, if it's available, we also need to obtain these. Now, obviously, if we weren't checking this, these would all fail and we would return false and we would exit at that point in time. If we don't support our hand tracking extension, we're not going to initialize those function pointers, which also obviously means that if we do call them and we don't consistently check this at the opportune moments, we could crash. So we do need to be a little bit careful with that. All right, then we go and in our initialization session. So this is actually where we started. So our form factor was indeed the first thing that we do. Are we expecting an HMD or a handheld? So a handheld is the idea of having a tablet or something like that. Generally, when you have a handheld, you are talking about doing AR. All right. Obviously, here in this case, we're not really doing anything with that. Now, okay. So at this point in time, we are hard coding to checking whether we support stereo. I'm going to leave that in for now. Again, on a handheld, we would be expecting mono, and we want to be able to switch between those two, which also means that our is stereo, which is coming from here. Oops. This is currently always returning true. And we actually need to be able to make that an optional thing or switch that based on whether we actually want to use stereo or mono rendering. Again, assuming that at some point in time we do AR on a tablet with OpenXR. Until I have a tablet that I can test that with, I don't actually really want to muck about with this because there's no way that I can verify it. I am going to put a to-do here and say we should add a setting to our config whether we want stereo support, and check here. And in the same way, we're going to do that over here. To we should check our configuration and see if we are set up for stereo or mono. And again, there is an argument for even saying that our form factor that we have right now, that we change it on that. If our form factor is 1, we say, yeah, we need stereo. If our form factor is 2, nope, we need mono. But again, until I have a tablet that can actually run this stuff, I don't really want to do too much with it because we have no way of knowing whether we're doing the correct thing. All right. So in this case, it's going to check how many views do we have, and it's going to grab some stuff here. Oh, and it's doing that all in one go. That's really cool. Let me check our graphics requirements. I'm not going to really worry about that. Then obviously we're going to check whether we are doing glass 3 or glass 2, although I don't really think we do much with that just now. Well, Vulkan is going to be Godot 4. We're going to probably embed that into Godot 4 itself. I don't know about these two. What we need to do there. So I think we're all going to just not worry about that for now. All right, that's all good. And we begin our session. All right. I thought there was a switch between AR and VR as an option there as well. Maybe we are still going to run into that. But yeah. So initialize spaces. That's just some reference guides that we play around with. So whether we want to get positions relative to the center of our room, or whether we want to get positions relative to a local space of the controller or things like that. So we have a couple of references that we do here. So those I'll leave hard-coded for now. Swap spaces. Why is that called swap spaces? Should be swap chains. Why did I call that swap space? That doesn't make any sense. I must have had spaces in my head when I wrote this. Because I did those before. All right. Let's go and rename that to swap chain, shall we not? So these are actually setting up our these are setting up our actual swap buffers. So what we actually end up rendering to. So that's now a properly named swap chains. That makes a lot more sense to me. There you go. All right. I don't think there's anything in here that we currently need to do because that's all auto detection. So yeah, I think that is fine. I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. Sweet. That's cool. That's good. That's what we want. Alrighty. So yeah, I think the only thing that we need to improve here is at some point do more with that form factor. You know, so yeah, it says to do support AR. So yeah, if we have a handheld form factor, it's not really support AR. It's more, you know, support single display things. But again, like I said, until I actually have a device that I can test this with, I don't really want to do much more with that. Right now, I'm pretty convinced that if you change the form factor to handheld, it'll do the first step great, and then it goes to, yeah, but sorry, you've got a handheld, you don't have stereo support. I'm guessing. Don't know. I don't know if there are combinations, because LG, for instance, used to have handhelds or phones that actually supported stereoscopic displays. Not with, you know, glasses, but, you know, the same thing like a 3DS, you know, a Nintendo 3DS. Just with Nintendo lenses, you can create a stereoscopic display. So might be that is something that OpenXR will at some point support as well, in which case our form factor and our whether or not we're going to use stereo rendering is one of those unknowns. So that might change. So I don't want to go down this too far right now. For me, it is purely important that we do have this initial setting, so that we have an example of, okay, this is how we do one of these settings. All right. So let's start concentrating on our actions. Now here it's going to get a little bit more tricky. Because now the question is, how are we going to store this in a way that we can actually set up our actions? I think we don't have any other choice than to make our config object a tool script. And a tool script means that it's actually going to run the code in here in the editor, which means that our OpenXR object is going to be constructed, but it's not going to be initialized because we're just setting it up, which is going to be an interesting problem once we start implementing this in the core of Godot 4, because we have ideas of actually using a VR mode in the editor itself. And then, of course, if your config is going to be accessing the same data, are you then going to that's for later to figure out. We'll have to have some shadow mode there between what the editor is going to be doing internally and what you're configuring for your game. Because of course in the end we want to have a nice configuration window to set these things up. That's actually a good reason for having this not be logic based. I'm going to worry about that later. Right now, I want to concentrate on actually having the functionality there. This object is for for storing the configuration, not for giving us a beautiful interface for it. We're going to build an interface on top of this. And for that, we're actually going to turn this into a proper plugin with UI elements in it as well for the editor. But it does mean that this needs to become an editor plugin, for which we need to go to here, and we need to change that to register tool class. So this one's going to become a tool class, and again, like I said, the moment that it's a tool class, that means that it's actually going to run the code. So in this case, let's actually have a look. When we compile this, we actually should get our warning when we try and set our value. Oops, it's not happy about that. All right, we didn't clean up everything. We got something. Okay. No. Let's go and close these two. We don't need those two anymore. I'm getting... That's P form factor. Okay. Okay, it's in the API itself. Form factor. Oh. Might be handy if I do that. That might work. Maybe. We're getting a little bit further. Can I convert int from XR form factor? Really? No. Actually, I'm going to change this. To actually be XR form factor. Which also means I want to actually do this and this as XR form factor. Which means that that should be XR form factor and that should be XR form factor. No idea if that is allowed. Let's see if it compiles that file now. Now, of course, it's going to start complaining about that one. Yeah. So, because towards Godot, we want this as an int. But internally, we actually want that to be XR form factor, just to communicate that that's what we're setting. All right. 41 in config. Okay. Oh, we got a bracket too many. Okay. Oh, that explains that. Sweet. All right. Now it says XR form factor out of bounds, and it doesn't allow us to set up. We can go to handheld, we can go to HMD, but if we're going to try and set it to not set, it's nah, that's out of bounds, because now it's actually running our code. It also means that we now have an instantiated OpenXR API object, even though we've not done anything with the actual interface, but we are interacting with that. And in theory, if I would now run initialize in a tool script, I could actually get VR to work in the editor, in theory. It's a couple of more things that we'll need to play around with that for that one. But we could have some fun with that at some point in time. Okay. So now we need to think about, okay, how are we going to add in our configuration? How are we going to do that? I think we're going to start needing to add some resource types. I think so. And they're all going to need to be tool scripts as well. All right. So our structure. Oops. Yeah, save and close. That's fine. Let me go over here. Initialize. There we go. All right. So we have action sets that we're going to add in. Cool. Those are just our inputs. That's fine. I don't worry too much about that. So we're going to create actions. But are those actions always bound to an action set? Let me think. So here are our paths to our inputs. That's fine. Because right now we have a singular action set. That's fine. Okay, let's go and have a look at our create action. I just want to see if our actions are created on our action. They are created on our action set. So everything is contained within an action set. We have an action set. Inside of that, we've defined actions. And then we have interaction profiles that link actions to the actual controller input. So we are going to introduce that structure into Godot. And we're going to do that with resources. So our action set, our actions, and our interaction profiles, we're going to create resources for that so that we can actually configure that. And the nice thing about that is if we make that properties of our config, Godot will actually store that inside of our app, which is exactly what we want. Now, this does mean that this thing should be working as a singleton, which it right now isn't. But eventually we'll move our action set logic to a UI for that, and then it becomes exactly that. That's something that we're going to need to do. I'm going to have to think that one through. For now, we're just going to make it this way, which is for what we're doing today. Fine. And maybe that's even where we leave it with the Godot 3 plugin. That's something that we need to figure out. Now, obviously, it also means that we're going to start creating a default action set. So that's going to be interesting to see how we're going to do that as well. I'm not sure how that is going to work. But we will see. We will see. Let's start defining our object so that we can actually configure it in Godot itself, and then we'll worry about creating a default set. And we start with that, creating a new type. Open our set. OpenXR action set.cpp. All right. So again, better stolen than we thought. So OpenXR action set gnative object action set, and this is going to be a resource. Action set. Yep. Resource. Action set. Resource. This actually, we don't care about this because it's just going to be structure. It's not actually going to do anything. It's when it's added or changed that our configuration is going to apply the configuration to our API. So in our API, we're actually going to be using our configuration in one way or another. So let's just first worry about setting it up, and then we worry about how are we actually going to communicate it to Godot. There we go. All right. All right, so our action set has a name and a localized name. And then obviously the actions, but we're going to start with those two. I don't know if I actually need to include that. It might be included by default. All right, string. What did I say? Action set name. I am really being inconsistent in my naming conventions. Localized name. That's basically going to be our read-only name, or readable name. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so we need setters and getters for this. Set name. Void. String gets. Const Let's just start with this one. Okay, so we actually want to go and include that one in here as well. It's going to be interesting to see if that works, actually. I have no idea. That's actually even going to have to be a dictionary. Because in theory, we could have multiple action sets. Let's worry about that in a minute. I'm just going to start with setting this up. Action, so this is going to... There we go. Go and copy these into here as well. So we have to have a register methods in it. Insert. There we go. Got our methods in place. Now, in this case, we're not going to do anything with our API here. Eventually, we will deal with that in a different way. Okay. So, get action set name. Get. Okay, this should not have any of this stuff. Boom. Load sets. Boom. It's going to be string. Action set name. There we go. No. Why did it turn out to get? That's set. Okay. There we go. And then let's copy our default name from here. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's go and implement this. And the last thing that I want to do just copy these defaults in here. I think that's not needed, but just in case. All right. Now, obviously, we also need to register this. Sets. Now, I know it's not tied together yet, but I just want to see if we can actually work with the shits. Okay, so I'm guessing I didn't put set in there. Okay, let's be consistent. Move that out of there. That from here. Here. That's a lot of removes. Hope I'm not forgetting one. So we have our action set name and we have our localized name. And localized name is really just a description of the action set. Hey, Luke, how you going? Hope you're having a good day. I still have errors. Oh. Here we go. Missing a semicolon before that in action set 37. Indeed, I am missing a semicolon. All right, perfect. So, obviously this is not part of a config yet. So when we go in here, and I go to config, I can't actually do anything with it. But what I should be able to do is create a new resource. Now, interestingly enough, our GDN classes aren't set in. Oh, and we forgot our GDNS file. So let's go and start with that first. So what we're going to do here, oh, not in scenes, new file, OpenXR action set.gdns. Let's go and copy you into here. Set. This is just a file, so the fact that we haven't got this yet wasn't really a problem. There we go. So we should just be able to say we're going to create a resource, and we're going to set action set there, and there we go. We've got our action set as a resource now. Now, this is actually kind of interesting because if we do it this way, this is really one of the places, or one of the things that I don't really like about GD Native, that we can't actually create types and add it into the editor so that it knows that it's this type that we're using, which means that we open up a door for using the wrong types when we do these things. That's a bit of a bummer. All right, so don't save because there's nothing to save that on. But we got our action set to begin with. All right. Now the problem is, in our configuration, we need to have multiple action sets. All right. Now, it's been a while since I last did this. So let me have a look at one of the places that I did once implement this sort of stuff. Get up. The prop mesh. Right. So if I look at my prop mesh, oh wow, I use a map there. Okay. So here I haven't done it that way yet. Where did I do the other thing? Where did I use strings for this? I think I'm going to have to turn it into an array type. And this is where creating our default is going to be a real pain in the butt. Put that in there already. Oh boy. That doesn't matter. I know that I can set this. That is actually something that I can do here. Oh, I closed it. Dang it. Why do I close things too quickly? All right. Source. Get my property list. Type as an object. So that's a dictionary. Add a property for each node that we have. Oh, I didn't do that as an array. I actually created multiple properties here. I guess I could do it that way. This is kind of the same approach that does that even work in GD Native, I wonder? Yeah, because this is GD Native, so it's working here. Why not? Why not build it in this way? Why not build it like this? So this is actually not using register property for everything. I wonder if I can mix this. Can I mix this? Or do I need to make sure that all properties are implemented like this? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to implement get and set fully if I want to go down this route. Oh, register methods. Yeah, so in register methods, I do register all the methods, but I'm actually not registering my properties. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Whoops. Got my insert on. Okay, So we're going to change the way that this works. We're going to start using these guys. Okay. I actually kind of like that as a description. We're going to dynamically do our properties. Now, obviously, that's not going to be proc mesh, but that's not going to be that, and that. Perfect. Okay. Now. And I'm actually going to use this as methods as well. I think that actually is kind of a cool idea. Okay. Come on, wake up. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm going to worry about actually implementing this first. And after that, we'll worry about the implications of actually creating the action sets and making everything talk to each other. Because in this case, we're going to have to get some callbacks going. So the moment that a action set is added to our config object, we're actually going to register that config object to our action set. And our action set is going to register itself to all of its children and its children and its children. So that if something changes, it can call back up the tree and say, hey, it's changed. We have to then do something on the or in the what you call it, in OpenXR itself. So yeah, we're gonna worry about that in a little bit, because we're gonna mirror everything that we have in the objects. We're gonna mirror that in our OpenXR thing. So yeah, we'll see how we can make that work properly. I'm not quite sure yet, but we'll figure it out. All right, so that means that we first need to go and make our form factor work with our new functions. So let's put those at the top here. We already know that this one needs to return an array. Let's make sure that that is also created over here. All right. Then our get function is going to return a variant. Get string. I don't know if I need to actually include those. I think they are included by default. So let's assume that, but we might have to add array, variant, and string in as inputs. And our set is actually going to be a bool. And that's going to be a string pname. And a variant is going to be our value. Let's go and add those in. So if we can't set it, we're going to return false. If we don't have a variant, we're just going to return an empty variant. All right. And here we're going to create a new array R. And we're going to return array. Okay. All right, and the first thing that we need to start with is our form factor. Okay. Dictionary. Again, I probably need to import dictionary. That I actually do over here, so I'm going to go and do that over here as well. We need dictionary. And again, I think I need array and string as well. We will soon see. But they're going to be in the other header file because we're actually exposing those. Prop name is going to be form factor. Prop type. Oh, and we actually need our Godot constants here as well. Let's go and open that one because that's actually kind of handy to have. Godot CPP, is that in include? It should be. I'm guessing that that was renamed to this one. No, not this one. Just Godot itself. Okay, you know what? Because this is quite an old plugin. Alright, so that must be coming from here then. Okay, you know what? The mistake I'm making is thinking that that's a core one. That's actually a generated header. I bet you that's a generated one. Godot. Where are you? Maybe I'm wrong. Here we go. Ta-da! Alright, I need to close a few things here. I don't think I need these at the moment. Need to keep those around. I don't need that one. I don't need you, but I might need to go back there eventually. And here we have all our constants. Very good. Alright. Now we're in here. Okay. Oops. Okay. Type it. So that one's going to be a type int. Okay. So we have a hint. I think that's enum because that's the thing that we had over here that we're now reproducing. Yep. Sweet. Int string. Let's copy that from what we had over here. I think the all the register stuff that we have is actually doing the same thing behind the scenes. And let's go and copy our usage. Not sure what that is about. Anyway, happy joy. That's all good to me. So that's our form factor. All right. Cool. Let's start with that. All right. So the second thing that we want to do and for that we need an array of objects here. The question is, do we use Because the thing that I'm thinking about is the resources is how we expose this to the editor. But internally, we might want to have our own structures. And we might actually directly store it inside of our object. So we might be doing, with this, we might actually be doing a conversion back and forward purely for the editor's sake. I think that makes more sense. Now, the big question that I have is, how it will link those things together. Again, the question here is, oops, almost knocked that over. Is how is it going to link those things? Because obviously when we change something on the Godot side, we want that to then flow through. I don't actually think that's a problem. I don't believe that is a problem. Okay, we are going to do it that way. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. Yeah, makes perfect sense. We're going to do it that way. It's going to... Oh, we need to implement a get a set first. Let's finish with that. So, our gets... That actually means that we're actually not going to be doing those, are we? Actually, I like exposing those. That's... yeah. Yeah. I don't mind that. Okay, so... I get... Indeed. So... Oh, no. Start here. If name form factor. Unfortunately, there's no nicer way than to just do if statements here. At least not that I'm aware. Return variant. Oh, no. Oh yeah, we can just call that so. Get form factor. Perfect. Ta-da! No else. And here we simply do if name form factor. Maybe we should do this after all. And that means that we also need to do that over here. Let's be consistent. If Godot wants that, then... Okay. False. True. There you go. Actually... No. No, 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 no. I am, oops, completely mixing up what that does. Sorry. We're gonna undo this. This is not whether we set our... Almost went too far. This is not whether we set or not set our property. This is actually whether we're handling our property. So if we return true, Godot stops at that point. If we return false, it actually goes to the parent class and the parent class and the parent class. So this is basically telling so that stays void. Yep, that's also void. This is basically just telling telling Godot, we did not handle this property. This property does not belong to our class. Go and talk to my parent class. But because form factor is ours, even if we can't set it, we still want to return true to let it know we have now set it. All right. Set form factor. If I'm correct, my variant will automatically... Yeah, my value should automatically be converted to the right type. Now that we've changed this, I actually want to make sure that that still works. So let's do that first. Of course we get errors. Godot constants is not a class or namespace. Did I not include it? Ah. It is global. I typed that in wrong, didn't I? Alright, let's have a look. Perfect. Okay, let's just make sure that our form factor still works. Nope. That is no longer working. So, get property list, get set, it's all set. We are really, really. Of course, we do have to add a property to that. All right. Got it. Did I not compile it? No, I did. Am I missing something else? I'm adding my property there. Did I not look right? No, I still don't have our properties there. Nothing in our debugger or our log. Okay. So get our array, add our property to our array, return our array. Properties. Do I need to do something more to tell it that that's how this works? Okay, I'm registering a message. That's fine. I have a post and a defer. That's fine too. What am I missing? Property list. Sending that through. Sending a get and set through. That should work. Is it getting cold? It's important that it's registered as tool class, which we have done. Because only for a tool class does it call those methods. It is definitely getting calls. Okay. All right. Is there something in the name wrong? That's just create groups. We're going to type int. Adding it there. Returning it there. I think we can do this. I think so. See soon enough whether it supports that. Builds it. Okay, so it doesn't like that. It's worth a try. Alright. So do I do anything more here? No, property is that. Okay. Just in case. Let's see if this notation requires a grouping. That might be a problem. That might be why it's not working. I don't know. But it's worth a try. Still nothing in there. Okay, so. Yet. Property list. Okay, that was not quite what I had in mind. That's the one that I want. Object, get property list. Virtual method can be overridden to customize the return value of get property list. Returns the object property list as an array of dictionaries. Each property's dictionary must contain at least the name, the type. Optionally, it can also get hints, hint string, and usage. Okay. Hold on. Wait. You bastard. For for ProcMesh, it was important that I hide a lot of the internal properties that we just wanted to do to save stuff. We didn't actually want to show them in the interface. And therefore, we had that hint that said, don't show this. So guess what happened? Didn't show it. I do like that group. A plugin source code, yes, not Godot itself, but I might end up doing that at some point on stream. But for now, yeah, I am looking at developing some of the logic for our OpenXR. There we go. Okay, so we're missing our default value. We actually don't have a default in here. So the big question now is, are we not getting? Of course we're not getting our value because we need to get the right property. Now, I'm not quite sure what's happened with the default there. Whether we can actually specify a default. Now, again, for a class or a tool script, that doesn't matter because it's going to be instantiated anyway, and that means that we're going to have access to our actual values. Ah, thanks, Soundbeard. I hope you find it interesting. You know, because I know that this isn't actually doing game development or GD script development. So it's not going to be useful to everybody other than, you know, getting some background information of how these things work. All right, that's all going good. So now the question is, we want to return or have an interface to our action sets, which is plural. We want to be able to do multiple action sets. The problem just is, how do we create an interface that's intuitive enough where we can add a multitude of action sets? Now, the thing that I'm thinking about doing is to actually create an entry for every action set that we currently have, and then add a blank one to say, hey, we have one extra one, which is actually empty, and go that way. It also means that if we therefore change our properties, we will start changing the number of properties that we actually have. The problem then is, how do we bind them? It's going to be an interesting one. How do we bind them? Because we don't want to suddenly start That is a good one. How do we make sure that we don't mix them up? If you have multiple, then we just remove one in the middle to make sure that we know which one we're updating. I actually don't think that matters. I actually don't think that matters at all. All right, so that means that we're actually going to have to create a new structure here. Yeah. Class. I'm worried about the naming here. even though this is an internal one. And I can't call the OpenXR action set because then it's going to clash with that one. Let's worry about that another time. We'll just call that action set here. String. No, action set. That's really interesting. How are I going to keep that mirrored? Right, yeah, I think I know how. Okay, that's fine. Action set name. All right. This is purely going to be a data structure for now. We're going to worry about interaction later on. Okay. Now the question is, are we going to am I going to go the ugly way and just make that an STD vector? Why not? I'm not a big fan of the standard classes, but let's just do it that way. This actually needs to become action set pointer. We're going to keep a vector of pointers. All right. So in this case, our action sets are going to live forever until our API gets destroyed. So go and do that here. Actually, I'm going to make a remark here. Eventually, we're going to store the IDs that OpenXR will identify our action sets with into our action set. So at our config time, when we haven't initialized them, we're going to leave that empty because it's not set yet. But then when we initialize our action sets, we're going to set those. We are going to have the ability to create new action sets, to add them in when OpenXR is already initialized. And obviously we'll create a new action set on the fly right away. For that, we're going to move some logic into this. But we have to have an unbind action set here to clear out that information when we uninitialize for all the action sets that we have. So I'm going to put that into do. Here, however, that's because we obviously want to make sure that we nicely update that. So for our STD vector, we should have a pop. Come on, we have a better one. This one? I always forget which one is. Oh yeah, this is the one. So we should have an empty. Alright, look at that. That's actually doing exactly what we want. So wow. Action sets. Empty. Wow, it's not empty. We're gonna pop. And I just want to check if I do pop back, do I get the one that we're popping? No, that just removes the last element. So that's why we do that one. Okay. So here what we do is actions and pointer. Action set is action sets dot back. And then we can do action sets dot action sets dot pop back. That removes it. And obviously here we can say delete action set. So we're going to remove that action set out of here. Cool. All right. Sweet. So that cleans them up. Now that means that over here in our constructor, we're going to create a default action set that we want to use. So here, new action set. Yeah. Yeah, am I doing that right? I always forget. Oh, I did go all the way to the top of that. Really? Yep. All right. New action set. All right. We're actually going to use Godot in the names here. Yeah, we're not. That might come back to haunt me. I'm not sure. We'll see. Or do I use a standard string there? Again, you know, it's always a little bit open-ended whether using the standard libraries is a good idea. Actually, that's a little double. We're just going to call that set name. So that was Godot set. Hey, look at that. Then copy that from here. Oops. Okay. All right. Was it push or push back? Push back. So, all right, boom. There we go. Now, obviously, I've just set the names here, but we want to actually start defining the whole default action set here in code. And that's just going to be the one that we use by default. But then in Godot, we can stray away from it. So what we now need to do is for every action set that we've currently got in our API, is expose that as an action set resource object to Godot. And the action set resource object is actually going to become a container for one of these guys. All right. So that is actually already including that, which is really cool. That means that we can actually change this to being set. Obviously, going to make sure that starts off as null. This is going to be an internal function only. All right, there we go. Well, I'm all fine with that for now. But obviously, we're not going to set anything here. All right, instead, we're going to implement that one. And all this is going to do is set action set to p action set. And we might find this at some point. We'll see. But what we're now going to do here is this is going to become action set.name. Obviously, we're going to need to check whether we actually have an action set here. Do that. I'm wondering if we want to do that with access methods. I'm going to make that as a precaution. It gets set name. You know what? We're going to call you name. We're going to call you get name. Oh, and that's of course a string. And the reason I'm making these functions, that actually means that this is going to have to become set name. And this is going to be called set localized name. Is that eventually we're going to have to make this interact with OpenXR if our OpenXR plugin is enabled. So let's make a for definition here. Which means that I can also do OpenXR API. Let's make sure that that is not double with anything else. There you go. All right. Let's actually make sure that we have a constructor for this thing. And I actually want the constructor to be first. There we go. Which obviously means that here we need to send ourselves through because it's bound to ourselves. Pretty cool. All right. Extension functions. And we might eventually move this into into its own code and more properly name it. But for now, I'm just going to do it this way. If, all right. Or trigger it or schedule it or something. That's something that we need to figure out. Okay. And maybe we'll even make it so that once it's initialized, you can't actually change this anymore. That's something to think about. I don't know yet. Yeah, private variables would actually be quite nice in scripts. That is very true. Obviously in C we have them. Haha. But yeah, it's all by naming convention really when you're looking at GD script. I think this will do. Let's go and put this in here. And again, this is by no means certain. I might take a different route with this and how we update stuff. Or when we trigger actually updating our sets. Maybe we make it a function that you have to call and say, hey, parse the new sets. Do something with them. We will see. All right. The whole idea, of course, that I have is, generally speaking, you would configure your set before you initialize, because it's something that you build in your structure. You wouldn't normally change the set definitions while your game is already running. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The whole point of the set is to have it defined so that a user can start binding their controllers or changing the bindings. You really want that to be static. And that's why in OpenVR, these are JSON files on disk that once you set them up, you don't touch anymore. So realistically, and maybe that's even how we'll make this, is that basically we say that, hey, once OpenXR is initialized, you're no longer allowed to change this. That is a valid argument to make. And then our config object is no more than a pass-through to that information. And maybe we'll go down that route, right? In which case, doing this probably is overkill. Cool. All right. So, there's our action set. Now, the nice thing about doing it this way, what I'm trying to accomplish here, is by having data inside of our API for our actual live structure, and then having wrapper resource objects on the GD script side, that means that when we stray away from the default, it will actually save that in our scene. And that means that when our scene gets constructed, when our game gets loaded, that gets pushed back into the API. Our API suddenly gets our updated action sets. There we go. And that's actually a good one that we may have to create a new action set here at that point in time. That's a good one. Um, yeah, that will actually work. That's actually a good one. So we're actually not going to be doing this. Oops. Yeah, very good. So when Godot creates an action set, so it's not going to get from us. I actually probably need to get that from the constructor then. Yeah, I'm going to want to do that like that. Okay. I'm going to want to do that like that instead of like this. We're going to have two different. Oops. This will become apparent once we actually start creating our own action sets. Because remember, once we create our own action set in the interface, we're creating a new resource basically. That will create a new action set, but that's not going to be in the action sets that are registered as actually the ones that are live yet. It's not until we add it to our config object, then it gets added to our action set list. And that's going to be the way that we're going to make that work. Because again, it's either going to be coming from our API or from our plugin being given to Godot, like this is now my action set that we start with, or it's going to be whatever is saved on disk that we're pushing back in. Okay. In this case, action set is going to be new action set, and that's going to need to get that's a little overkill. Am I making my life too difficult? I'm wondering about that. I'm seriously wondering, am I making my life too difficult doing it? No, what I'm going to do, I'm actually not going to have this in. This is just purely going to be storage. And that way I don't have to worry about that. And it's going to be our config that's going to be controlling. So I'm not going to be worried about this. Don't be worried about that. Because again, now these action sets, well, that actually doesn't matter anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna have that. In this case, that is fine. In this case, I'm gonna go and do this. And this in here. There we go. Perfect. Actually, you know what? Oh, that's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem, isn't it? When do I destroy them? I probably need to have some reference counting to this. Also, I'm gonna create a memory leak. That's a good one, guys. That's a really good one. I'm starting to wonder, am I making my life too difficult by doing it this way? Oh, you know, it's not really that big a deal. Yeah, we're just gonna have to add a reference count in here. Okay. So here we decrease it. No, actually, I'm gonna do bigger than 1. We're gonna decrease it. Else we delete ourselves. I think that should work. And that means in this case, here we're going to create a new action set. Perfect. Here we're going to set our action sets. That should never be null when we do it like this, but I'm always paranoid with these things. In this case, we're going to call retain. And in this case, we're going to say and that also means that in our code here, we're not going to delete our action sets, but we're going to release our action set. And if nothing else uses that same action set, that action set gets deleted. So that's Simple Man's memory management. All right, so now with that done, and again, I'm not quite sure about these default strings here, whether that's even going to do something for us. And we are going to have to do checking whether we've got duplicate names in our action sets when we actually create our action sets. Because obviously they're not allowed to be duplicates. So this could never be null anymore. So this is just going to be called getName. Going to be action set dot set name. There we go. Whoops. Action set dot get localized name. And this is going to be action set dot set localized name. All right. So now the whole idea is if we create an action set in Godot, we say create new action set. It creates a new resource that creates a new action set that's not yet added to our API. Very important to know. We're creating an action set that's just a record in memory. But when it's then added to our config, that's when it gets added into the API. And now the API and the action set resource share the same record and they interact with the same record. And then we need to figure out a way that if you change things, that gets updated. But again, we might just get to a point where we say like, hey, sorry, once it's initialized, we're ignoring any changes you make over here. So we'll figure that out when we get there. Right now, we have a resource that is bound to an action set object. And again, we're going to get an action set object. Actually, it also means that we do need a getter for this. Set pointer get action set. Not going to modify a resource with that. That's a nice internal function. That's going to be internal because that's something that we're not going to expose to Godot because obviously it's an internal pointer. But inside of what we're doing, we're going to be working with that. Okay. So now that we can work with our resource, we need to make sure that when we're in our config, that for every record that we have over here, we can actually access that. So now in this case, where is our config? So we have our vector that gives us access to our action sets. So now we need to have some interaction with that. So the first thing that we want to do and I just want to make sure that we use the same data types because I've gotten into trouble with that before. That's nice. The number of elements. There we go. Size type. Really? Size type. Get number of sets. That's a mouthful. Do I really want it to be that long? I don't know. So that gets the number. Okay. Then action set pointer get action set index Not sure. Should I make that size type then as well? Does that make sense? Size type. Okay, let's be consistent. Size type. Okay, so that gets that one. And we want to do void remove action set pointer p set. So that's how we remove a existing set. Add action set. And obviously we want to be able to add a set to our list. Okay. Cool. All right. There we go. It'll go somewhere over there. Actually, let's move that into actions because that's not part of actions, isn't it? All right. There we go. Oops. All right. So here we simply do return action sets.size. There we go. If size type smaller than action sets.size, then we return action sets dot index. Oops, that was stupid. Index. So here we return that record, which returns the pointer to that set, which is not retained at this point in time. So if we do stuff with that and we remember that pointer in wherever we're calling this, and we don't retain it over there, we have a problem. But we're actually going to be giving that to this method over here, which is then going to retain it. And this really should never be null, but you know, in other cases, we're gonna, whoops, return null. Now, if we remove an action set, we want to remove that one. And I think that's our erase function. No, we then first define it. Where is it? Do we have a find? They don't, do we? Really? All right. Well, let's just iterate through it the old-fashioned way. All right. So this is obviously going to mean that we're going to say action sets, actions, not action sets, I dot release. We obviously want to release it. And then it's going to be remove. Oh, this needs to be an actual iterator. Okay. Oh yeah, we can just do this. I don't really. It's good enough for me. That's gonna get it out of there. So and then if we found it, we just return. We don't have to do the rest of our for loop. Now in this case, gotta make sure that we don't add it in twice. There we go. Obviously, something that we want to do here is if p set is no, we don't allow that. Bit overkill, but that's fine. So in this case, we're doing the pset.retain. We want to make sure that we increase our count. And now we want to do action sets.pushback, which adds it in. All right, that should, in theory, do all our code of, you know, figuring out how many we have, getting it, removing one, and adding one. It's easy as that. Yeah, it's not nice at all. But there isn't like a, you know, remove if it exists. And there isn't a find to get a, so, and in the end, you know, if it did a find, it would just be looping through, because it's an unordered list, right? It's a vector isn't, it doesn't do a hash table or anything like that. And for something like this is 9 out of 10 times going to have a single record. You know, there are very few use cases where we're going to have more than one action set. And even if we have multiple, we have 2 or 3, maybe 4. We're not going to have 100 of them. So not too worried about it. I'll leave a remark in if I figure out a nicer way to do it. All right. So what we're now going to do is, no, where's my example? Because now we need to create a loop. Exactly. So it's size type num of sets is ARVR blah, blah, blah. OpenXR API no, yeah, number of action sets for size type I 0 I smaller than num of action sets I plus. There we go. And for this, string name is action set, and then name plus is string num int 64. Type is going to be object. Resource type. And this is going to be OpenXR action set. Which I have no idea whether it even is possible, but it is what it is. All right. And we're going to add that property. So if we have one action set, it's going to be one entry. If we've got 2 action sets, it's going to be 2 entries. If we've got 3 entries. Boom. Which now means that we're going to go and use that same begins with, else if p name dot begins with action set. Let's see if that works. I don't know why I concepted a string there. I think I had problems with the compiler way back then. Let's see if that works. No, because I'm only removing one, right? So the moment that I find it, I return. I'm not gonna look if it's in the list multiple times, because you're right. The moment that I do this, that's no longer valid, which is why I return here, because at this point in time, my for loop will crap out, because this is probably indeed cached. It will only run this one time, store it, then start looping, and then if I erase a record, then all of a sudden, I'm no longer going through the list. But I'm always under the assumption that because of what I'm doing here, that I'm checking, do I already have it? I only add it if we don't already have it. And I only remove it if, if it's safe to remove it. So that's what we're doing there. All right. Okay. And that's going to be interesting here, because there might be some crappy things that's going to be happening here with whatever it's going to be returning, because eventually we might have multiple things. But not sure yet about that one. We will see. All right. So in this case, I'm just going to go and steal that from here. So we're going to go and get it. And we're going to say string index pname split 1. All right. Let's see. So that's split. Yep. So we have our index here. All right, so here I'm actually using an internal numbering thing, and that's how I make sure, because this is a problem that we have, right? If we remove one in the middle, and I guess that's why I'm using a map instead of because here I'm worried about Godot caching things, right? Because if we remove an action set in the middle, let's say that we have 3 action sets, and we're removing number 2, then number 3 becomes number 2. So if Godot doesn't realize that we're actually moving that up, and it needs to reload all the action sets, or our placeholders for our action sets, then we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna worry about that later. I'm gonna assume that if that happens, if we remove one, we can actually kick something off. I'll probably make a remark in it, because the way to remove an entry is by clearing it out, and then we just want to collapse it. For now, we're just getting. That's fine. All right. Set pointer action set is OpenXR API. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 1 action set. Let's go and get it. If we didn't get it, because we somehow got the wrong value, we're going to return a variance. That's else. We're going to create a new one. Now, in this case, because it's actually our objects that we're maintaining here, which is what we're doing differently here, and I'm just using it for saving, I'm actually using methods, add node and remove node, for this. And maybe even that might be where we're going to head with these config files as well. We will see. But here we're actually adding. Oh, that's the other thing. Oh yeah, ref node. Okay. I'm just looking at where we can create a new, where it creates a new one, because I can't remember what the syntax for that is. It should be create a default graph in here somewhere. There we go. If we don't have anything, we create it. Okay. So that's something that we want to do here as well. Ref OpenXR action set. Okay, I'm going to have to do it with a set. That's a bit unfortunate, because that means that we're going to create a record and then destroy it, but, you know, it is what it is. Not much I can do about that. Because I remember that we can't actually have different constructors in these things. So here we're saying if we have an action set, we release it. Then we set our new action set, and then we retain our new action set. And if for some crazy reason we're setting the one that we already have, obviously we don't want to do anything. Which now means that in here, new action set dot instance. So it's very important that we do this with a reference, because we also want these guys to be reference counted. Else we get really weird things. And then we do return variant new action. And we return that guy. Perfect. Now we can't set yet, but I actually want to test how far we are right now, because in theory, we should now see our default action set appear. Except that we did a whole bunch of things wrong. Okay. Wow. That looks like we've got... Yeah, we got wrong names in places. Oh, and we haven't even saved this. That makes a difference too. Localized name, get set. Yep. Okay, that all looks good. It's all bound to action set. So is it something that we do wrong here? Get action set name, set action set name, get local. Okay. Action set name, localized name. All right. Action set. Create a new one by default. Release it if we have one. Should always have one, but yeah, sorry. Action set get name, set name, localized name. So was it just that we didn't save our OpenXR API.h file? Still plenty of errors somehow. Why? OpenXR API 80. What am I doing wrong here? It's for declaration I don't care about anymore. I think we should have compiled a few times in between doing these things, because I bet you there's a come out of place somewhere and it's just snowballing out of control as a result. All right, so this is so annoying that the math library gets so many warnings. Just can't see the wood for the trees as a result. Name, unknown override specifier. 70. Am I not allowed to I can't call it set name. I don't like this, but just in case it's a reserved word. Because I want to remove it from the vector because it's no longer a part of it. Oh, wait 1 second. I'm just going to take that out of there. That'll help remove some of the spam. Action set name. I bet you the problem is that I'm using string and I haven't included string. No, doesn't care about that. Okay. That'll help. Is it just not close semicolon? Okay. Now, still getting action set unknown override specifier. Why is it an override specifier? Class action set. Private variables. String action set name. Ah. We're not doing that might help. All right. Vector is not a member of std. 152. No, there it did. There should not be an equal sign there. We're getting there. How easy it is to make typos. Alright. I've got a fly flying around. It's really annoying. That's what I get for leaving the window open, I guess. OpenXR API 194. So the -J8 allows... why are you wrong? So the -J8 after scons tells scons to compile 8 files in parallel. And of course, if you have a typo in here, all 8 files that it's doing in parallel are all going to fail at the same time. That's why we get a blown out of errors. So by removing the -J8, it takes longer, which doesn't really matter for a plugin because we only have a few files to compile. It's very important for when you're compiling Godot. It really saves you a lot of time. But by removing the -J8, it's doing one file at a time, and when it fails to compile that file, it stops, and we just see the errors for the file that we're concentrating on. All right. 194. Get number of action sets. So is that because it doesn't like size type? Why does it not like that one? That should actually have an S in there. It's already bad enough that I've got such a long name, but, you know, it is what it is. Which means that obviously I need to rename that here as well. No, here. But that doesn't explain why. So I'm actually going to assume for a second that that is because it doesn't really make sense. All right, we're getting a bit farther now. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. 24 on action sets. Because obviously this is a pointer. I always make that mistake. And it's going to be in a bunch of places. Yeah. We've got a bunch of places to fix. But that's okay. I'm just going to make that int. Obviously, it didn't like that size T. No idea why. That is dot because that is a thing. I don't know why that's a problem, but wrong language paths. Action sets. So obviously this also needs... Oh, here we don't need to retain because it always starts at 1 when we create a new one. Alright. Action sets 37. Wrong source file. 37. Triple S does not PHP pass. Alright. 39. That's a semicolon missing. Alright. Getting closer. Alright. Let's actually start cleaning that up a bit because we're here now anyway. So we've got result defined here, but we're not doing anything with it. Okay, that's fine. We have it there. And we have it. If we don't use it, get rid of it. Yeah, probably should be unsigned, shouldn't it? And we actually don't care about this. All right. Oh. It doesn't like uint. How do you do type def again? Always forget. Yeah, it's the other way around. Is it hashtag def? No. Type def. Not sure if that works or not, but and I also need to write it in full. All right, getting somewhere. Six 1 3. This file's getting way too big. Ooh, it's 1 a.m. already. Once we get this bit working, I think we're gonna call it a night. All right. Unsigned sign. Also the same. 706 also. Alright. 1070 is our first real error. There we go. 1160. Because the NES in there. And that's because it's not defined. Yeah. Okay, let's just look at that 1930. That's another uint, probably. $13. Yeah. There we go. Alrighty. Alright. Getting closer. So again, our size type, obviously. XR config. I think you can include types or something like that to get these ones as well. So, is that maybe why? No. convert argument 1 to string. Thought so. I knew there was a reason for that. Okay. And we shall convert it ourselves manually. All right. 74. I. Oh. Call it ID. Maybe I'll change it back to I. I'm not sure. $17. So it really doesn't like that, does it? Okay. I don't know why it has that problem, but I've had that before, obviously. Well, that's be uint, and that's be I. Just to keep our naming equal. Oh, it's actually done it. Here we go. Let's see if we have it. We've got an action set. Here's our first action set, which is a resource. But it has no name. So. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Not very smart of me. Thing that I forgot is we create our action set and we add it in, but we never set action. I never actually set that there. Do I have that right? Set action set? Yeah. Set action set. Okay. Now that said, if we turn null, even though it called that, oh, that's because we didn't create a constructor for our action set, which means that we don't have a string there by default, which is fine. Well, I'm happy about that. All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. That needs to be a pointer because it's not a method of our reference, it's a method of the object inside of our reference. Kind of important difference. All right. Yeah. Oh, well, it was there for a second, and it disappeared. I don't know why. But somehow, accessing it cleared it. Get localized name, set localized name. Get action name, set action name. That is weird. Are we clearing it when we set it? Or is it losing it for some other reason? That is a good question. Or are we losing it somehow? all at the beginning of here. Let's just do this for debug sake. So obviously at the beginning we don't have a name yet. But here we do. Set name. All right, created our action set. We set the action set name to Godot set, localized name to the Godot set. So that's our default one that we now added in. So interesting that we get this twice. Okay. Yeah, it's breaking now. Hmm. Let's try it here as well. Okay. I'm gonna assume that none of these are null. course, it's pointers, so pointer. I bet you that internally, Godot is probably creating new instances of our objects. That's what I'm guessing. What have you done? Created action sets. So that's creating our default one. Then it sets our action set to Godot set, which means that it destructs the old one. But now it's destroying our object. Now it's creating a new one. It's again setting to that. And then it's immediately destroying that. So this guy is now destroyed. I think my problem is that when I do this, even though I'm returning a reference, my reference gets destroyed before... I think the only way we can make this work is if our config object is already going to maintain a list of action sets. I'm not sure I like that. I'm really starting to think that we're overcomplicating this. This is troublesome, guys. You know, I could obviously, when the config object gets constructed, I could at that point create our wrapper objects to our action sets. But to me, it's starting to look like it will become dirtier and dirtier and dirtier to actually make it work that way. And as a result, I think we're barking up the wrong tree with this. I like the way that we've got, you know, structures for the action set, and then eventually, obviously, structures for our actions and for our what do you call those things? That we have all those structures in the API itself. So having this as a class here makes sense to me, because we want that structure in our API. We want that record set in our API. And eventually, this will then also have the links to the objects that are actually created in OpenXR itself. What I don't like is how we're done exposing it in our OpenXR config. And while it's really nice to have it in the interface in this way, I am starting to think that it's smarter to expose it in a different way. One thing that I'm thinking about is converting our action set to a JSON and just displaying a JSON. And then it becomes, it basically works the same way as our form factor works. That we're just converting between things. And then obviously, we'll have API calls to add and remove and that sort of thing. And it's just the JSON is there to store the configuration. And we could even make that a hidden property at that point in time. And then we just have, I have to look at it here. I don't know. I don't know. I think we are going to go down that route. Okay. Bye. All right. I'm going to undo some of the stuff that we've done that I think we're on the wrong track with. I'm going to go and bring this guy back. Take those guys out. That means that we can take all these guys out. Gotta get form factor back. All right. Now, with that, we actually got our action lists here. That's fine. This needs to come back, but I'm going to take it out of here for now. I'm also going to take out our retain and release logic because I'm actually not going to be using that anymore. And I want to go and call this OpenXR action set. And I'm probably going to rename hand tracker to OpenXR hand tracker. So that's the internal action set, okay. That's fine. Yeah, I do think at some point in time I need to think a little bit more about the naming conventions. Now I'm also going to go and grab that guy. Don't care about you anymore. Oh, XR action set. I'm just gonna call the that guy handle. That's all fine. I don't know if action set actually has a default value. I think we have. Probably. There we go. No handle. Okay. Cool. There's our action set. Perfect. Now again, I'm not actually sure if I'm going to keep using Godot string, but for now that's fine. All right. So I'm going to take these out. Eventually we'll get something of this sort back. All right. That now can become a delete again, because we don't do our release stuff anymore. Fine. So here's our new action set. Set the name, set the localized name. Pushback, that's going to stay the same, okay? Have a look at that in a minute. Obviously, we didn't do our release and retain anymore, so goodbye. I'm going to get rid of that for now. Oh, and I completely forgot to rename everything. I'm actually happy to not do that for now. OpenXR action sets. There we go. Not found. Okay. I'm happy enough with that. All right. All right, so I'm going to go do a different way of interacting with the action sets here. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Either I'm going to do it with functions, but then we don't have a way to store it. I'll figure that out. I think I'm going to convert our action sets once we actually have the whole structure. I'm just going to convert it to a JSON document that we output so that you can see the configuration, and it just stores that away. And we might even save that in some way, shape, or form as a resource or something like that. We'll think of something. But for now, I just want to concentrate on actually getting the action set structure in place and create our action sets that way. So when we now get to initialize action set, this is where we're actually creating our action set. So here, obviously, we're going to want to go and iterate over our. Now I know that you can use iterators. I don't actually like iterators. The ones that are in the standard thing. I think that notation is horrible. Action. Oh, OpenXR action sets. Pointer action set is action sets dot. All right. Now I'm gonna do something really dumb, really strange. But there's method to my madness, because all of this eventually is going to move into other parts. So what I'm going to do here now is action updates. And for now, that's part of it. So this is going to be a bit of a dangerous move. Okay, that means that we failed. And this time we do need our forward declaration again. Oops. Yeah. So basically we're going to tell this action set to update itself on the API, which means that if it doesn't exist, it's going to create it. If it does exist, we might need to do an update or something like that. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we just do it the first time. So yeah. Okay. That's cool. Now, one problem is that our instance that we're going to be using is a private variable here. So we might need to expose that. Actually, I know that we're going to have to expose that. Oop, what did I just do? I think I just selected it. I hope I just selected it. Okay. So let's go and put this in first. All right. And again, right now in our uninitialized, we actually don't do anything. We don't throw away any of the action sets. We obviously need to call back into these things and clear them all out. So here we're going to go and create our... All right, so now we need to go and grab that code from somewhere. All right. All right, so we're going to create it. We're going to go and set our name. Obviously here, we're going to go and say, what did we call it here? Action set name. Here we're going to go and call it localized name. Result is that. So obviously, okay, so this is also a part of the problem. Because our XR results is, again, all private. That almost needs to become a friend class. I hate friend classes. Okay, cool. All right. Let's put that here. Friend class. Action sets. I don't really like this, but it's late and I want to go to bed at some point in time, so we're gonna take that shortcut for now. But likely I will improve on that at some point in time. Okay, so there we go. Play. Yeah. So we might do something different here eventually. Again, that's a big question, whether we allow action sets to change after we have initialized, or whether we're just going to do... Oh, you know what? I'm going to call that create. I'm going to call this create. And we're just going to say create. Now, at this point in time, I'm returning the action set so that we can do further actions here. But obviously, everything that we're doing here, we are moving in there. The other thing is, I am now looping through all action sets, and I'm adding the same actions to every action set at this point in time. That's nonsense. I'm purely doing that right now because I want to get back to a point where everything works, but we now have our action set in a structure. So the next step that we're now going to need to do is we're going to have to move these actions definitions into our action set as a detail. And then we need to do the same thing with our input. So we're slowly going to build that structure that will define what are the actions that we support, what are the interaction profiles that we want to have, and then underneath the interaction profiles, we're going to have our mapping between our action and our actual thing, and we'll probably change quite a bit of how this whole thing works. Now, the other thing that I'm not sure about yet that I probably will change is, again, the fact that I'm using Godot string here. I don't know yet. I'm not sure yet. But I think the next step here is that in the action set, we are going to have a vector with actions, then a vector with interaction profiles. And then obviously have the methods to add them. And then, in our create, we're going to parse those and create the action set. Yeah, the thing is that, the OpenXR action set class, in this case, is a class that belongs to the OpenXR API. And to open up part of what is really private to the OpenXR API, to make that public and suddenly open it up to the whole application, that doesn't make any sense. So the fact that we're saying, hey, OpenXR action set, and there's going to be other ones, right? Because we're going to have an OpenXR interaction profile. I'm going to have an OpenXR action and stuff like that. They're all going to be working through that. Because this is going to be the definition that we then push into there. And eventually we're going to have, a get and set the whole action set as, a JSON or some other thing. But it does make sense that those are friend classes of these. It's just one option would be, I don't know if you can nest classes, just put this class into that, because we kind of don't even want that OpenXR action set to be accessible from outside. Just like we have, we don't have any structs here subdefined, but yeah. I want to go to bed, guys. I have overspent my time on this already. I'm going to keep going on this during the week. Put this structure together so that we have our action sets and our actions and our interaction profiles and our action mappings. all in a hierarchy here. And then I'm going to figure out how to expose that through the config file. And I think I'm going to go down a path where I'm going to use a JSON representation of the core data here, so that it gets saved. And I was originally even contemplating whether we should have that saved on disk anyway, just like with OpenVR. But I think I'll also add methods here to interact with it, where you can say, add an action set, remove an action set, all that sort of thing, so that we can build a UI around it. And then instead of trying to solve it, I don't have it open anymore, trying to solve it with properties, which I think is just not the way to go. We'll solve it in the way that I did it on the ProcMesh one, basically, which means that we're going to create a window as part of our plugin, and that window can actually be put into our project settings file, which is kind of interesting. And that's just going to use the config object to interact with our configuration, and call the add action, remove action, add interaction profile, remove interaction profile, etc., onto those objects. So that's, I think, for next Friday. So I'm going to find time this week to complete the dataset side of this, so that the data is stored, so that we get rid of the hard-coded logic, and we just have that. And then obviously we need to have a way that, as long as you stick to the default action set that we're creating in code, that we have our backwards compatible later working. That's, I think, where we're going to start with this. And then we'll see whether that's a good approach or not. Yep. And maybe we're going down the wrong track. I don't know. Eventually we'll get there. I think that's where we're going to leave it tonight, guys. I am exhausted. I hope you guys found it interesting. I know this was not normal Godot development. And I hope you guys are not unhappy about the fact that we're doing a little bit of C++ programming for the last 2 streams, and probably next stream as well, because I really want to get this working. This is really something that I want to get to a working condition before I actually start my my full-time position at Godot, simply because once I start my full-time position at Godot, I want to have a running jump in then thinking about, okay, how are we going to bring the action logic to the core of Godot, and then this action logic, and how are we going to combine that with the existing action system in what you call it, in that it currently exists in Godot, because there's a lot of synergy between the two. There's a lot of structural differences, because when you look at the action system in Godot is very much like the global side of the action system in VR, where I define an action fire, and then I define all the triggers that trigger that action, be it spacebar on my keyboard, be it the A button or the trigger button on my gamepad, be it this button on this type of joystick, be it my left mouse button on my mouse. So you can say all these different things can trigger this action. And in VR, it works much the same. However, in VR, we go one step further, where we're saying, I want to bind specific things to my right controller, or I want to bind them to both controllers, but I want the action to be sent to the controller itself. And again, I think that when we look at the action system in OpenXR, it leans very well to that. It's the only thing that we're really missing is the concept of an action set, that doesn't actually exist in Godot. And that's possibly something that I need to discuss with the rest of the core team, is do we want to stray away from that? You know, the whole concept behind action sets, the fact that I can define a multitude of action sets and say which action set is currently active. So I have an action set for my menu, and that's only active when the menu is open. I have an action set for controlling a vehicle. It's only active when my character has stepped into a vehicle. I have an action set that's only active when I'm walking around. It's only, that's only active when I'm not sitting in the car, etc., etc. So that part of that is very powerful. While in Godot, currently we don't have that. We just have one global action set. And maybe that's where we start even for VR. We have in this now the option to have multiple action sets, but maybe we start off in Godot 4 with we have one global action set. It's the action set in in Godot, but we allow VR trigger points to be added, and then the core is going to say, well, you know what, I'm going to create one action set. If I'm on OpenXR, I'm going to create one action set. I'm now going to add the actions as defined in the action sets, or as defined in Godot, to that action set where there are VR interactions, or maybe we add them all, and make them all optional. Don't know. Then use our bindings to pre-fill some of the profiles, and that's our base. That's our starting point, because that is. That is our definition, and that someone then goes into, an ability to change away from that. That's up to them. OpenVR is going to be a difficult one because that goes much further in the bindings. Then again, by the looks of things, if things go well, there's no need to support OpenVR anymore because Valve is completely jumping on board on OpenXR, and OpenXR replaces more than enough of what we need to replace. And when you look at the systems that don't have an action system, it just becomes the trigger points. And instead of having hard-coded trigger points, we'll have trigger points that are name-based. So that's my current line of thinking. But I really want to get this to a working position in the next 2 weeks, so that we have a base, and we have our OpenVR action set. We then have our OpenXR action set, and we can use those as a discussion point to say what do we now want to have in the core of Godot for the plugins to then implement. So that's it. All right, guys. Have a great night. For those where it's still day, have a great day. I'm gonna crash and sleep because it's it's past 2 a.m. now. And we'll continue this soon. Like I said, I'm probably gonna be doing work during the week. And the next stream, hopefully this will already be a lot further along, and it'll take shape. So thank you all for joining in, hope that you join me again next Friday. So until then, bye bye.